Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us for Day 2 Certified Professional in Patient Safety Review Course webinar. We're going to dive right into Day 2 of the course, but before we do, here are some quick reminders. A join audio box may pop up when you join the meeting today. We recommend you join using your computer audio. You can change your audio settings using the headphone icon button in the lower left corner. We encourage you to utilize the chat functionality throughout today's session to chat in your questions or to make comments. You can access the chat module by clicking on the talk bubble, and make sure you send your message to everyone or to me, your host. And we will also be using polling questions throughout the day. When the presenter starts the poll, it will appear on your screen. You can select your answer and then click submit. This program is accredited for continuing education. After the completion of this 2-day course, you will be able to claim credits as well as provide feedback on your experience through the post-program survey, which you can access within the IHI Learning Center of the IHI Education Platform. Let's take a moment to practice using the chat. Please chat in your favorite fall activity and send to everyone, and we'll wait a few seconds to see what starts to pop up. And mine is going for hikes in the woods at some local trails. Apple cider donuts, I was thinking of adding that one too. They're so good. Local pumpkin patch, that's definitely popular. I always see those images on Instagram, Facebook, things like that. Wrapped in a blanket, laying in the hammock, that sounds really nice. Horseback riding, hikes. Riding and looking at tree colors, it's so pretty. Sweater weather, yes, it's that season again, depending on where you are. Hiking, these are all really great. Love the new ideas of things to do in the fall too. So keep chatting in. Love reading all of these things that you like to do. And with that, I'm pleased to reintroduce today's faculty, John Hertig, founder of Hertig Healthcare Advising and adjacent faculty at Purdue University, who will also be serving as our faculty moderator, and Sherry Herner, medication safety and quality coordinator at Kaiser Permanente. Thank you so much for being with us today. I'll now turn it over to John to start today's session.
Well, thank you, Chrissy. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Day 2. Hopefully you're all excited to be back. I didn't do the numbers or the count, but I'm hoping that everyone who was here yesterday is back for today and we didn't scare anyone away. I'm wearing my fall flannel today, so definitely in that fall mood. Well, today what we're going to do is we're going to pick it right back up and start with domain 3. And I believe just like yesterday, here are our disclosures. And the next slide should be our agenda. We're going to pick it right back up with domain number 3, which is all about systems thinking, human factors engineering and design. I'm going to be your presenter for that module, that domain. It's probably my favorite, and so really excited to get into that today. We're then going to, like we did yesterday, respect our breaks no matter where we are in the agenda. And then I'm really excited to turn it over to my colleague Sherry, who's going to finish with the 4th domain, safety risks and responses. One of the most helpful parts of today will hopefully be the end, where we're going to review some test-taking strategies and then get plenty more practice with those somewhat tricky question and answer Q&A practice questions. I was really impressed yesterday with the level of engagement, so I'm hoping that we can continue that today. I want to see your questions in the chat. Please feel free to work and learn together as a community and ask each other questions as well. And hopefully today will be as engaging and will fly by. So with that, let's go ahead and get started with domain number 3. We went over this yesterday. All right, domain number 3, systems thinking, human factors engineering, and design. For this particular domain, the objectives are to apply systems theory and thinking to improve processes, including principles of high reliability and high reliability organizations. We're going to understand drift as well as rules violations as indicators of performance and or system design flaws. We're going to differentiate among human error, behavioral choices, and systems failures, which we touched on a little bit yesterday. Recognize how key components of systems interact with each other to then determine the overall safety of a particular system and or organization. And then apply systems theory, as well as those principles of high reliability and resiliency to systems design. For this particular module, I'm going to go ahead and start with a video, and I'm going to press the video. Chrissy, if you wouldn't mind, just confirm that everyone can hear this.
Sure. I might have to play it from my computer since
good.
I have Zoom.
Yep.
So I'll just go ahead and press play and just holler if you can't hear anything.
Okay, sounds great. I'll confirm. I can hear it.
Great. We'll just get through these ads real quick.
The protection of a COVID-19 vaccine, but you're worried about COVID-19.
Patient care technician came to me and she told me, I need to let you see this screen. And she showed me the glucometer.
She saw the word high flash on the screen, and that's what she assumed was the result that she had.
She's like, I just feel like my blood sugar is really high. She's like, I don't feel good. I know my body.
And so there wasn't really any suspicion that it would be low. And so when this error message comes up, it kind of confirmed that.
So we rechecked her blood sugar, and the same thing popped up. So I covered her with some insulin, and I called the physician, and by the time I got her back in bed, she became like non-responsive.
Ended up being a rapid response and requiring a transfer of the patient to the intensive care unit.
The nurse had misread the glucometer and called the physician, asked for insulin on multiple occasions, and the patient had a severe hypoglycemic event and had to go to the ICU before it was caught.
During the rapid response, we checked the glucose twice, I believe, and the same thing kept popping up, the screen that said glucose greater than 600. The next day is when I received the call that the whole time her blood sugar was actually critically low.
Shortly after this particular incident, another nurse made the same error where the machine it was an actual low value, but the machine read off this alert saying for a high, do X, Y, and Z.
It never came to mind that the glucometer was incorrect. It was probably the worst experience I've ever had in my professional career.
The nurse manager called our human resources department, explained the error. This is what happened. We didn't fully understand the ramifications of this piece of equipment and the message that it displayed. And they said, well, I think you need to suspend her until an investigation is completed.
I felt like I was talked to like a 5-year-old. I wasn't talked to like an adult. I mean, I'm a nurse because I come to take care of people. I come to do my job. I'm very passionate about what I do. And for a long time, it really shook me. Like when I came to work, I was scared to like take care of patients, and I was really apprehensive about everything I was doing. I wasn't really confident anymore. It really shook me to the core.
I questioned it with my boss, and she had the suggestion to invite some of the staff from the Human Factors Engineering Department in MI2 to come over and help us at least evaluate the process.
I got a call from the chief nursing officer at one of our hospitals saying that they had had a case. There was a design issue that might have contributed to the case, and they wanted us to take a closer look at it from a human factors engineering, safety engineering standpoint.
It quickly became apparent that there was more to the story than just that she had made a mistake, and that there was a lot more, that it wasn't just her. It was the actions of lots of people that led to this hazard, and it certainly could happen again.
You can't fault any one individual. That's a process problem that needed to be addressed, and the more we thought about it, the more we decided that we needed to fix the process.
The concept of high reliability, the concept of systems problems versus people problems, the concepts involved in human factors engineering, they become very familiar to us, those of us who are talking about them all the time. They're not as familiar to the people on the front lines. Our job is to be able to share that in an effective way one in which they can actually use the tools and change outcomes.
The leadership, when they saw our analysis of the case, they supported the fact that Annie should not have been disciplined, and they reversed the discipline. And that was doing the right thing. And I think that sent a very important message to the staff at this hospital, that the leadership supports them and takes the systems approach to managing error.
There was a team there, and they were all like nodding, and they were all like validating. They were like, okay, so you're not incompetent. Everything you're saying makes complete sense. And it was just like, it's like I could take a breath and be like, okay, I'm not crazy. And then when I was told by my manager, she pulled me in her office after it, and she was like, we're going to take away the discipline. She was like, they actually said that we didn't treat you so fairly, and that made me feel better, and that was like a positive aspect of the experience.
We need everybody in our system, actually everybody in the healthcare industry nationally, to understand the systems approach and understand just culture, so that when we have near misses and when we have small little noticed hazards and unsafe conditions that we encounter day to day in our job, that we report it and that we look for trends, and where we can, we fix the system so that the next time that same error or near miss happens, we won't injure a patient.
Right. Thank you, Chrissy, for managing that, and that should really set a tone for this domain. And unfortunately, that story is not unique. It's not one of a kind. It happens and is replicated in healthcare institutions and organizations throughout this country and the world, is where really bad systems are setting up humans to make mistakes. And so punishing the person is the wrong move when we should be fixing the system. This recalls back to a just culture. We mentioned yesterday that culture really is the foundation for everything we do in patient safety. And this is a great example of how a just culture is really important, particularly for an ideal patient safety culture. So let's talk about this in more detail, and we're going to specifically review this idea of systems thinking, where all these really complex interrelated parts make up our healthcare systems and organizations. And if they're not managed well, if they're not fine tuned, then they can set up us as humans for error. And we know that humans are fallible and we do make mistakes. And that really is the foundation to understanding systems thinking. Systems thinking is an approach to analysis that focuses on the way that the system's various constituent parts interrelate and influence each other as part of this whole ecosystem within which we work, this healthcare ecosystem. So then taking systems theory to the next step is this idea of the theory of human error. And if you've been waiting for this Swiss cheese model all yesterday and part of today, here it is. We can't do a patient safety presentation without the famous Swiss cheese model, which is the James Reason's theory of human error. And this is a simplistic systems theory that's been used time and time again in patient safety. And the idea is that each step in our processes, whether it's a medication use process, a clinical review process, a procedure, each one of those steps is designed to keep the patient safe. Unfortunately, just like pieces of Swiss cheese, our steps have holes in it. So our steps have holes, meaning that if you line them all up, you could shoot a laser, and if they're all perfectly aligned, that laser would go through each piece of Swiss cheese and result in harm or some type of event. That's essentially the foundation of this simplistic systems theory. And if you're not sure you're a cheese person, but if you're a cheese person, the unique thing about Swiss cheese, they do have holes. The reason they have holes is the bacteria within the cheese let out gases like carbon dioxide during the maturation process, and that creates holes in the cheese. So in case you want to use that for your next cocktail or coffee conversation, feel free to do that. But each one of those steps, say in a medication use process, may be barcode medication administration. It may be a pharmacist double check. It may be a nurse double check. It may be other technology. It may be physician diagnosis tied to lab value, making sure you have the right weights. These are all things that in our system hopefully keep the patient safe. Unfortunately, they all do line up sometimes, and we have this event that occurs. So given this simplistic systems theory, there's a few things that then foundationally we can do as patient safety professionals. We could add another piece of Swiss cheese, meaning we could add another step in the process, another safeguard. That way it reduces the likelihood that they all line up. Now, when you do that, though, you're then making a process more cumbersome. So that needs to be done thoughtfully if you're going to add more steps. Or we could reduce the size of the holes, meaning we could tighten our processes. We could do more audits. We can make sure our SOPs, standard operating procedures, match our actions. We can make those holes so small that, again, the likelihood of them all lining up is very, very low. Or, in the most effective way for us to reduce a patient safety event is to remove the laser altogether, remove the offending piece. Now, that is not always possible. It's not always something that we can do, but we should be always striving to make sure that we create as much of a comprehensive Swiss cheese process that we can as patient safety professionals. And we'll tie this back later in our module today. So although that is simple, it's the one that's been used most often. Since James Reason's theory of human error, we have added more advanced or realistic models or frameworks to help with human factors and keeping our patients safe. We have the system engineering model, which we'll talk about here in a second. We have safety 1 and safety 2, as well as this concept of high reliability. So the systems engineering model, or the full name is Systems Engineering Initiative for Patient Safety, SEIPS. This is a framework for understanding the structures, processes, and outcomes in healthcare and their interrelationships. It's a way for us to determine the various structures and the interplay between all the ecosystem within healthcare and how they work together. It was originally developed by AHRQ, the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality, and it was developed really in a response to the National Academy of Engineering and IOM report. So the IOM, now the National Academy of Medicine, where they called on the need to establish a vigorous new partnership between engineering and healthcare to hasten the transition to a more 21st century contemporary healthcare system where technology isn't just laid on top of our processes in addition to, but is integrated with. So we want to make sure whether it's hardware or software that it's not just duct taped on, but that our healthcare processes take into account human factors and all the technology that we're seeing, particularly as we advance in the 21st century and beyond. The way that we do this is understanding these various components and how they interrelate. And there are a number of components that are called out in the SEIPS model: people, our organization, tools and technology, tasks, and environment. Let's go into these in just a little bit more detail in the upcoming slides. Let's start with people. We know that we work in healthcare. We are a part of healthcare, an essential part of healthcare, but we also know we're likely one of the more fallible parts of healthcare. And so when we look at the people considerations, we need to ensure that we are well educated and trained. We have the health literacy, that we're very cognizant of practice norms and some of the potential dents to those practice norms, such as alarm or alert fatigue, where we're just battered with alerts, whether it's audio alerts in a particular patient unit, maybe it's a visual screen where you get so many alerts, you get fatigued and you blow through them. Overrides, deviance, where it's like speeding, right? You're going down the highway, you're going 65, the person goes by you at 70, 75, you now keep up with them, and all of a sudden you're going 80, right? And everything thinks it's normal, and now you're 30, 40 miles an hour over the speed limit, whatever it is. So that deviance can be really dangerous, as well as just being notable, the physical limitations, knowing how long we can work, how long we can stand, how long we can look at a screen, what we can lift. People are not invincible. Understanding those physical limitations is really important. Beyond people, our next consideration within this model is the tasks, and specifically the complexity of tasks and the sequencing of tasks. This is where checklists can be incredibly helpful. That relieves some of the memory burden on individuals so that we know that the basics are done, and then allows us to have higher cognitive thinking to address more complex issues. The sequence also needs to make sense. It's like laying things out in a row. This is the Henry Ford model of building a car. You know, it all needs to be done in sequence in a way that's most efficient. Really odd sequencing can maybe plant some seeds for mistakes. I mentioned Atul Gawande yesterday, who's the author of a Checklist Manifesto, surgeon affiliated with Harvard, writer for the New Yorker, really prolific individual. And he gave a TED talk a while back that I found really intriguing. And one of the comments that he made in this TED talk was that prior to the advent or the initiation of penicillin, so penicillin to treat infection, healthcare used to be simple, straightforward, and ineffective. You know, we didn't have a whole lot of treatment options for a lot of diseases before the advent of penicillin, and obviously leading up till today, where we have thousands and thousands of treatments. And so it was safer, but it was ineffective, right? Today, given those thousands and thousands of treatments, specialties upon subspecialties, now complexes, effective, dangerous, and complex. So now it's really effective, but we have issues that we never had before because of that complexity. And so it behooves us then to try to manage those tasks and manage that complexity to ensure that certainly we're delivering effective care, but also safe care. The next component is tools, technology, and techniques. This relates to the complexity of equipment. We saw an example of that in that video from MedStar, where if equipment doesn't work correctly, it's easy to get fooled. We have ergonomic considerations of operating equipment. How hard is it to operate? Is the button really up high? Is it down low? Can you even find the equipment? Is it missing? Is it where it should be? And then have we tied sufficient training, particularly with newly introduced technology, to our staff, to the front line, to those who are actually doing the work? Or did we just send them an email and say, read this step-by-step guide and good luck, right? Training really needs to be sufficient. It needs to be validated as well. It always helps to ensure that everyone does know exactly what they're doing and when they need to do it. The environment within which we work is really, really important. And you know, for those of us in the pharmacy profession, there are actually rules and regulations for pharmacies to that outline how well lit they need to be, what needs to be included, because we need to make sure that the environment within which we work is set up for success. That we have minimal noise, minimal distractions and disruptions, minimal clutter, and that the tools we need are within close proximity. We'll talk a little bit today and make some parallels to the industry, the aviation industry. And one of the aviation industry's main noise or distraction cancellation concepts is called the sterile cockpit. So sterile cockpit comes from aviation, where in critical moments of flight, takeoff, landing, there should be no unessential conversation. It should all be focused on the task at hand, and to make sure that that cockpit is distraction free. And we've adopted that into healthcare. So whether it be in timeout procedures, whether it be in medication retrieval or delivery, we need to make sure that we're maintaining that distraction-free environment, that sterile cockpit. And some organizations have gone as far as to make physical delineations around areas that need to be distraction-free, or maybe someone's wearing a vest that says, please don't talk to me, I'm doing a critical piece of work right now. And so maintaining that distraction-free environment, that sterile cockpit, has bled its way into healthcare. Hopefully by now you recognize the importance of organizational commitment and leadership, particularly around safety culture. And this includes a variety of different decisions, from financial decisions, how well are we going to fund our safety culture and safe practices? Do our operational decisions support safe culture? Are we going to force people to work 2 and 3 shifts back to back because we'd rather not pay for floating nurses? Or, you know, we're going to make sure that pharmacist only has 1 technician and no backup, right? Well, those operational decisions can really lead to some dangerous positions for the people who are placed in them. And then, do our policies and procedures align with best practice, with best and safe practice, and our policies and procedures reviewed routinely, at least yearly, to ensure that alignment continues from year to year? So those are the elements of the CPPS model. The next more contemporary model is called Safety 1 and Safety 2. Traditionally, we've worked in a Safety 1 model mindset. And what traditional Safety 1 is it uses a very small portion of the total experience base to make determinations. And what we mean by that is we only focus on when things go wrong, the unwanted outcomes. And maybe you're nodding your head and you're like, yeah, 99% of the time we're doing it right, but that 1% we do it wrong is where all of our focus is. That would be considered Safety 1. Safety 2 is taking the more positive approach, saying, wow, we do this right 99.9% of the time. What can we learn from all these different times that we're doing it right? So let's not only focus on when things go wrong, but what is making sure that things are going well? What are those different policies or procedures or education or training that are ensuring this really high level of safety? And you need to learn from both. And that's why it's called Safety 1 and Safety 2. Safety 2 has additional components as well, where we're focusing not only on what went well, but do we have the appropriate level of adaptability and flexibility within the systems? Every day, like I said, thousands of things in healthcare go right, thankfully, even if not done by letter of the law, by policy. And so there is flexibility there, but we need to learn what are the boundaries of that flexibility and when do we go too far. Just know safety is not the absence of negative outcomes. Safety is the presence of capacity to make things go well. And I think this pie chart's a great example of let's not just focus on the bad, let's look at the good as well as what went wrong. You do not have to memorize this, so take a deep breath. This is just a great visual of complex systems in practice where we have local interaction, say at a unit or area level. There's feedback from the organization to our local interactions, and we are constantly barraged with inputs and outputs from a changing environment. And that could be a patient condition change. It could be a regulatory change. It could be a disaster in our community. There's all these different inputs that then interact with not only our organizational culture and behavior, but then those local interactions day to day. And that's what makes healthcare so complex, is that it's not as simple as going from A to B to C. And this is a really nice image of that in action. So this looks fairly complex to me. I don't know what you think, but this looks really complex, where you enter one of these rooms and between all the cords and the lines and the equipment and the drips and the beeping, and you're not even hearing the sounds in this picture. Maybe you can envision the sounds, but this carries significant risk in a really complex environment. So you can understand why we're talking about human factors. And this leads me to high reliability. And high reliability is a really key part of Safety 2. There are organizations that are known as high reliability organizations that have defined themselves by this preoccupation with failure. And it's kind of interesting way to think about it. But these are organizations that think about what could go wrong all the time. It's hardwired into their culture. It is a journey. It is a mindset. So these HROs, high reliability organizations, often then behave in ways that seem somewhat counterintuitive. They're going to seek out problems. They don't want to be caught off guard. They want to go seek out those problems. In healthcare, we try to do that a little bit by near miss reports. We already know there might be a crack in the system. Let's fix it before it becomes a real issue of harm. They also avoid focusing on just one aspect of work. They're thinking about, okay, this is complex. I can't just be focused over here because something could go wrong over here on the other side. They're always expecting the unexpected. They have the flexibility to manage issues when they occur. And oftentimes, to do this efficiently and effectively, they're deferring decision making to the local frontline experts. If you think about reliability and adaptability, you can't acknowledge a problem and then wait a month, schedule a meeting with the executives, develop a strategy, convey that strategy to the middle management, have a forum. That's not a way to quickly adapt. And so oftentimes we have to create boundaries where we're deferring that decision making to the front line. We trust you, frontline. You are the experts. Go do what you need to do to take care of that patient. In the automotive industry, this has been a standard for a long time where they have what's called stop the line authority. So those that are actually making cars along the automobile manufacturing lines can, if they see something wrong, say a bolt on the floor, they don't know where it is, or they see something that is off, they can pull a line that will literally stop the line. They don't have to call someone and get approval. They do it, they see it, they act on it, and then it's investigated. It's very similar with other high reliability organizations where we're deferring that expertise to the front line. So when we look at applying then human factors, we want to look at the analysis, the science of human factors, as well as the engineering, and they're all somewhat related. So when we talk about human factors analysis, this is an approach to identify, assess, and reduce the risks associated with human error, fatigue, stress, and other factors that can impact the safety and performance of workers. So we're assessing the risks and kind of analyzing it so that we can identify gaps and then fill those gaps. Human factors science has a very hard definition, is an established area of scientific research and investigation that uses many disciplines, anatomy, physiology, biomechanics, really to understand how people perform under different circumstances. It's the study of all factors that make it easy to do the work the right way. So the way I describe human factor science is making the easy way the right way. Making the easy way the right way. Humans, we love easy. And if you make something hard that's correct, we likely will find a workaround. And so if you can match the easy way with the right way, now you have a recipe for success. A visual for this that I often use with my students is a river. Rivers don't run in a perfectly straight line either way. No, they curve and bend. And why do they curve and bend? Well, they curve and bend because they're looking for the path of least resistance. They're looking for the valley, they're looking for the soft material, and that's the way they're going to flow. And so they curve. Humans act like a river in processes. We're going to look for the path of least resistance, and we're going to flow that way. And so if we can align the easy way with the right way, we're doing really well as a patient safety professional. And then finally, human factors engineering is the actual engineering piece of addressing those problems by modifying the actual system design to make the easy way the right way. So it's modifying that system to better aid the people that work within it. So we have the analysis, we have the science, and then we have the engineering. A great example you probably encounter every day in terms of designing better systems. Love this quote by James Reason, the Swiss cheese model guy. We can't change the human condition, but we can change the conditions under which humans work. I don't know if you've ever seen these with the handle and the push. It's very confusing sometimes, especially if you're not paying attention. Wouldn't it be much easier to have push just be a flat panel and pull be the actual handle, right? Now you don't even probably need push or pull. You don't even need the words on those. You likely know what to do just based on the image and the interactive technology, the handle. Whereas on the left, you're definitely going to need some advice. Otherwise, you're going to be the one kind of yanking on that door, thinking it's locked. And that's why we really do need to, when it comes to healthcare and the environment within which we work, we need to design it for humans, knowing humans need some help. We do need some help. We have to accept that we are all fallible, and we acknowledge that mistakes will be made. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And we also do this in a very complex healthcare environment that itself may be flawed. So these multiple factors do influence both individual as well as team-based behavior and choices. Errors and risks allow us to learn, and we talked about that yesterday. And we can only improve if we know what's wrong. So then what we can do is apply human factors analysis to help us engineer a better process. This image to the right essentially looks at that CPPS model. So these are those system influences on human performance where we have our technology, our tasks, our environment, our organization, and the people at the center, if you'll remember. And these are all interacting with each other in various ways all the time in a complex environment. humans, we've talked about it. So if you might, one of your key takeaways out of this session be like, yep, humans make mistakes. We are fallible. And one of those mistakes that we can make, or one of the fallibilities that we have, is mental processing. Our brains are really incredible. I mean, the more research that's being done on um, cognitive ability and neuroconnectivity, the more fascinating the brain becomes. And it's very, very challenging knowing that we receive about 11 million bits of information at any one given time. We can only consciously process about 40 at one time. So we're receiving way more than we can make sense of in any given moment. And due to that, we have some mistakes that we can make. So we have our automatic processing, which is fast and easy. This is stuff that we just know and do, like breathing, for example. Hopefully, you don't have to think to breathe or think to make your heart beat, right? Those are all automatic. But then we have our conscious mental processing that does take quite a bit of energy and can be slow. So when we look at mental processing, we have both automatic things that then happen beyond that and are conscious. So let's talk about automatic processing beyond heart beating and breathing. We have a few definitions I want to go over quickly, and the two are slips and lapses. Okay, slips and lapses. We have lapses of memory. So lapses of memory occur when we think we're doing something, but something else happens because we forgot or don't remember. A good example of this is you're driving home from work and you're thinking about work, you end up at your house and you don't remember how you got there. The problem is you needed to go to daycare to pick up your kids, right? So you had a lapse in memory, and I don't know if you've ever done that, but you're automatic. You're going home, and you forgot you got to pick up your kids at daycare, so you go to daycare. Right? A slip is when we're interacting with the external environment, but we make a mistake. So I'm sleepy in the morning. I haven't had my coffee yet. I have my bowl of cornflakes. I go to the refrigerator. I take out what I think is milk. It is not milk. It's orange juice. I pour the orange juice on my cornflakes, which I don't think would be bad, but it's not what you intended. So that would be a slip. So those are those automatic. The conscious are when we apply the wrong rule. We make a mistake or the wrong plan. So say a patient comes into the emergency room and they're seizing. And so you're like, oh, okay, they're seizing. They have epilepsy. So I'm going to give an intervention, medications for anti-epilepsy. And then you take lab results and it comes back that person was hypoglycemic, right? You thought they were epileptic. You made a mistake. You had the wrong treatment plan. Now you know they're hypoglycemic, and so you're going to treat that differently. That's a conscious decision. And we can make all of these mistakes because of a failure in mental processing. So then, given that, what impacts our human performance? Time and time again, I'm guilty of this as well. And maybe it's down to overscheduling sometimes, but we tend to overestimate our abilities and underestimate our limitations. We always feel like we can do more than we practically can. And it's just part of the human experience. And to give you an example of this in real time, when these colors come up, state the colors of these words as fast as you can. Okay, ready? The colors of these words as fast as you can. Did it get you? I mean, with some really difficult practice, with some super concentration, I know you can get this right, but think about if you were distracted. Think about if you were asked to do a few things at one time and you were interrupted, or you were tired, or you had just worked 3 shifts. All of these things are going to set us up for failure. In this example, we are not making the easy way the right way. We are not taking advantage of human factor science here. And you can see how we could easily get tripped up. Given this, there are both positive as well as negative influences on human behavior. We're not setting people up for success with this, are we? We have trazodone and tramadol. They look almost identical. Even though they're using tall man lettering, it's still way too close. And if these were positioned next to each other, you can easily see how the wrong medication could be grabbed. And look, they're probably both white and round as well, right? So we're really not giving any favors to our humans. The thing about this too, especially when it comes to visual cues, is our minds are really, really smart. We talked about how incredible our minds are. So you can read this, right? You can put this together. Read that message. Yeah. And so you can easily see how these look-alike, sound-alike, visually familiar situations can trip us up, particularly when it comes to frontline care, particularly because we're often not in a quiet, concentrative, focused environment. And so it shouldn't be any surprise why all those pieces of Swiss cheese line up and errors and harm occurs. There are additional influences on human behavior as well that I just want to quickly review. Could be lack of experience, lack of cues, too many alarms. We talk about alarm fatigue, distraction, multitasking, fatigue, stress, anxiety, depression. That is super important to call out. And I know everyone knows this, but what happens at home or what happens in your personal life doesn't stay in your personal life. You're not two distinct individuals. That stuff bleeds into your professional life and vice versa. And so if you're stressed at home, if you're anxious about a family member, you bring that baggage to work, and it's not your fault, but it's important to recognize that you're bringing that baggage so that you can better than manage that situation and have a real truthful conversation with both yourself as well as the team around you. Low priority tasks, things you blow off, can easily become issues. Something that you don't do routinely, time pressure, et cetera, et cetera. So why do then people drift or deviate from standards? We know standards are really important. We know rules are there for a reason. Why do people drift? And there's a variety of reasons why we drift. This is a word cloud with just a few of them, between staffing issues, rushing, being overwhelmed, burned out. There are lots of different reasons why people drift. Okay. So we're doing great. Hopefully you're still with me. We've talked now about human factors basics, some of the different models that we use in human factors safety analysis in science, and now we're going to go to engineering. How are we now going to actually change or shape our systems to better support safe human interaction in healthcare? So when we talk about human factors and then pair that with ergonomics, it's important to understand the difference. Human factors, like we've talked about, is that application of psychological science, how we as humans think and work within an environment, to the design of that environment to fit the capabilities and limitations of the human user. We know we have limitations. We know there are lots of different things in a complex environment. How do we make the easy way the right way using psychological science? So think psychological science, application to environment. Ergonomics is a very specific applied field that strives to reduce fatigue and discomfort, because we know the more uncomfortable and fatigued we are, the more we likely will make mistakes. So it reduces fatigue by effective design of a workplace environment and equipment. So human error in medicine, this is a great quote, human error in medicine and the adverse events that follow the problems of psychology and engineering, not of medicine. So great quote. When we talk about human factors, we're really looking at psychology and engineering and that intersection with medicine. Hopefully that's clear. Just to put a fine point on it, healthcare is very complex. These are different models of complexity. We have our simple circle. We have complicated, meaning there's lots of different steps, but they're in somewhat of an order. We have our complex environment. We put healthcare here, where not only do we have a complicated environment, we also have cross channels. It's not just a contiguous, but it's really this bidirectional or multi-directional complex environment. And then we have just chaos. I'm really hopeful that you don't work in the chaotic environment you see here. It may feel that way sometimes, but my hope is that you're a little bit more in the complex environment and not as much in that chaotic. As hopefully I've mentioned, really human factors did evolve from high reliability organizations, including aviation, nuclear power, and then aspects of military as well. That's really the foundation of human factors. Some of our earliest examples come right around World War II, right after World War II. And this is a really good aviation, not a good thing, but it's an excellent aviation example where planes would return from bombing runs, which are notoriously dangerous. Bombing runs in World War II, notoriously dangerous. And so even coming back was a win. And so these planes would return from bombing runs only then to crash when landing back at home base. And what we found, not me, but what they found was the controls for the landing gear and the wing flaps looked identical and were located next to each other. And so they were misused and resulted in accidents. So rather than blame the pilots or attempt to change the pilot's behavior, they didn't tell them, oh, just read it, or hey, let's put a sticker on it, which is what we do. Does that sound familiar? They didn't just put a red or a yellow sticker on one and the other. The actual design of the entire cockpit was changed to ensure that pilots wouldn't mistakenly grab the landing gear or the flaps make a mistake. And so this brings us to this idea of hierarchy of effectiveness. And when redesigning or using engineering to redesign our systems, the idea is we want to get as high up this hierarchy of effectiveness as possible. And the weaker actions are ones, unfortunately, that we go to all the time. In medication safety, when I work with hospitals and health systems, the first thing that happens when a medication error occurs, and Sherry, you may be able to back me up on this, is let's either do an education module on it, let's put a warning label on it, or flag it in the system. It's the first thing we do every time is let's educate, let's put a warning label on it. Well, if you do that on everything, then you've done it on nothing. And so that really is the lowest. It's not but it's the lowest and weakest action that we can have. And then we move up to checklists, automation, and then those really stronger actions, which is about culture change, as well as forcing functions and constraints, which we talked about a little bit yesterday. I want to use a little bit of a different example here that's not healthcare based, and I think it does help just amplify this message of the hierarchy of effectiveness. So in my example, we're going to talk about trains and cars. So we're going to talk about trains and cars. So as long as trains and cars have existed at the same time, unfortunately, trains and cars do meet. They meet at railroad crossings typically. And if trains and cars meet at railroad crossings and they unfortunately don't stop for one another, you can have significant harm and death, which we do see in this country. And so knowing that's a problem, let's move up this hierarchy of effectiveness. And like we always do, we start with the lowest, right? So we educate. If you drive a car, you likely, and my hope is that you have a driver's license. And to get a driver's license, you likely had to take a test, both an exam as well as a practical test. And on that exam, you may have been presented a series of signs. And one of those was this X, right? This railroad crossing. Just to, hey, driver, motorist, when you see that X, that means there could be a train coming. Trains versus cars are bad. So you've been educated, right? But accidents still occur. So we're then going to move up this hierarchy of effectiveness. And now, in addition to education, we're going to put a visual cue. We're going to put a cognitive aid. So not only do we have the X railroad sign, but now we have flashing red lights. That's that visual cognitive aid. And those are standardized. So now you have those flashing red lights that say this X means something you remember. Don't go through here if a train's going through here. But do accidents still occur? Unfortunately, yes, they do. And so now we're going to go higher up this cognitive or this hierarchy of effectiveness. And now, in addition to the sign and the flashing lights, we're now going to have that bar. We're going to have a physical impediment. We're going to have a constraint, a forcing function, a redesign to say, I know you remember the sign, you see it, but really don't go. Now we're going to put a physical barrier in place. But do accidents still occur? Unfortunately, yes. And I don't know if you've ever seen these videos of people just blowing through those bars or driving around them. I mean, people can do some pretty silly things. And so really, the most effective way to prevent collisions between cars and trains is to actually create a system where they don't meet. And that's where we have railroad bridges, railroad trusses, where we're actually creating two different planes for the, not planes flying, but two different ways for those trains and cars to pass where they will not meet. Now, that's not always an option, whether because of location or financial constraints, but that should be the goal. Why do all this other stuff if we can just remove the problem entirely? In healthcare, that's not always possible either, but we should strive to do that. If we can just remove the offending problem, if we can remove the laser where it doesn't even need to shoot through the Swiss cheese, then now we have the strongest, most effective re engineering of our systems. So if we can't get there, I understand, but we need to move as strong or as high up this hierarchy of effectiveness as possible and not just rest on re education, do that yearly module, and have a label on it. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay. And that brings us to, oh, thank you for the comment, Susan. I'm glad you liked it. That brings us to design. So let's talk a little bit about design. In looking at workplace design, human factors principles can be really helpful. They can help us redesign patient rooms to reduce fall risk. They can help us place sinks and hand sanitizing stations to incentivize and remind us to wash our hands. We can make sure that there's adequate lighting in locations that you need to see, and ensure central monitoring locations are designed so patient information is visible, alarms are audible, and we try to design the alarms to reduce alarm fatigue. There are various ways that we can look at re-engineering or engineering design. One of those is workflow analysis. Many of our workflows that we work in today are legacy. And I don't know if you've ever been in a meeting or in a redesign where you're like, why do we do it this way? And the only answer anyone can come up with is, this is the way we always did it. Have you ever heard that? It's like, okay, that's a red flag. I mean, that is a patient safety redesign red flag. If that's the only reason we can come up with, then it's likely we can probably redesign that or get rid of it. But when we do workflow redesign or analysis, we do need to make sure that we don't miss anything. And if you remember my example from yesterday, I didn't invite the critical care nurses to the redesign of the med cabinets. I missed it. We do need to include all members of the team, all caregivers involved in the process, all unit clerks, all transporters, all environmental workers. This is the nothing about me without me model, where if you're going to redesign something, you need to have input from everybody it impacts and have real deep understanding and map out that workflow. Oftentimes it's really helpful to redesign with a blank page. So if you do that flow charting, like we talked yesterday, you can flow map and flow chart the current process, but then turn it over and redesign from scratch. Don't get your mindset locked into the way it is now. Redesign it from scratch and then compare to what's the current state, what's the ideal state or the future state, and then what are the gaps? How do I get from where I am to where I know I want to be? There are various tools at our disposal to do this. This is the result of workflow redesign. We're making information and technology more ergonomically accessible to the frontline worker. In this case, it's a virtual spaghetti diagram. I don't know if you've ever used a spaghetti diagram, but essentially what you do is you have a diagram of the space that you want to redesign, and then you do a tracer. So you trace a person. In this example, you're tracing a person as they move through that space. And if you do this over a period of time, it ends up looking like a plate of spaghetti, which is why it's called a spaghetti diagram. But you can visually see then what's the flow and where are the inefficiencies. You can also do this with products or things. So I can do a medication tracer where I'll trace a medication through our medication use process, or maybe it's a glucose monitor tracer where you're tracing that glucose monitor. So you can do this as part of workflow redesign to see where those inefficiencies lie. If you've ever used an ATM, it wasn't too long ago where if you put in your ATM card and you forgot it was there, the machine would just eat it, right? Now, if you've been to an ATM, I think the majority of ones I've been to recently, it forces you to remove your card before you take cash, or even just do the touch with your card so you don't even insert it. But what it's doing then is is making the easy way the right way. Like, I know you don't want your card eaten, and so take it back before you get your cash because I know you won't leave without your cash. Right? So that simple equipment redesign has reduced the number of unhappy customers at banking ATMs. Another example is at our gas stations. This is an example of fail-safes. So fail-safe, the term fail-safe means that when something fails, the default mode is safety. It's not great when if something fails, the default mode is terror or unsafe. So an example here are you've probably seen these. They're maybe baseball-sized or tennis ball-sized valves at the top of gas pumps. The idea here is that unfortunately some people forget they have a lapse where they drive away with the gas nozzle still in their car, and then it rips the tubing out. And that tubing is actually fibrous, and so if you don't have the safety valve, what was happening is you'd rip the tubing. That tubing and the fires could create a sparking gasoline bad, right? You had gas stations explode. And so what happens here is this valve is designed to be the weakest point so that it'll fail first. And when it fails, it automatically seals off the flow of gas. So it's a fail-safe. And it's dramatically reduced the number of explosions at gas stations, which is good. In healthcare, we also have fail-safes, and we also have thoughtful engineering design. Many of you who have been in patient rooms have likely seen these. This is different types of medical gases. So we have our oxygen, medical air, and medvac. They all have different keys that insert to them. And so if you want oxygen, you can only connect the oxygen hose or oxygen nozzle. And then on the other end, where it's actually hooked up to the gas canisters, each one of those canisters has its own individual threading. So you can only thread on an oxygen canister to an oxygen valve and vice versa. So you have that safe engineering design. In nursing and in pharmacy, we also have lure lock, right? So we have lure lock syringes that only lock on to IV ports. We were having, unfortunately, a lot of really negative harm associated with oral medications given IV. And so trying to design a system in which you can't give an oral medication IV because it has to be part of that lure lock or IV system is another great example of system redesign. It's not just the actual physical design, it also can be labeling to minimize look-alike, sound-alike, and to give other indicators. I really like this in terms of a medication label design. It's very clear, it's very visual, and it also describes what that product does. And so phenylephrine is a vasoconstrictor, right? We have nitroglycerin being a vasodilator. We have epinephrine that will raise your heart rate. So it's very clear that I'm giving this. Is this what I want to happen to my patient, right? These are great visual examples of what that medication will do. So much of this has permeated healthcare, but remember there are origins and there are proven examples of all of this working in other industries. I'll keep bringing up aviation because it's my favorite example. This is an image of a pitot tube cover, PITOT. In pitot tubes on airplanes, what they do is essentially, as their planes are flying, the pitot tube the pressure is changing in the pitot tube, and that's how airplanes can give indicators for how fast they're going, their altitude, any type of whether ascending or descending. That all comes through in many cases a pitot tube. So it's vitally important. Pitot tubes, though, can get clogged, and so when airplanes aren't in use, they have pitot tube covers that look like this really long red object here. The actual cover itself is really small because pitot tubes aren't big, but it has this really long red flag to say, please remove this before flight. And you can see it. So no plane taxiing is going to be taxiing with its huge pitot tube cover because it says remove before flight. It's huge. It's red. You need to take this off. In a very nerd way, I have a small version of this on my luggage because it's my reminder for safety everywhere I go. It's like, remove before flight. Make sure you're always thinking about safety. And that visual is really important to me. These are really important components, and there are 3 additional components when we look at redesign. Prevent the errors, if errors do occur, because we know they will sometimes, make them very visible, just like this pitot tube cover. And then if they're visible, we want to mitigate the effects. When we look at some additional aspects of designing safe care, there are various tactics to reduce harm. Decrease complexity. Complexity breeds mistakes. Use cognitive aids like checklists or visuals. Automate wisely. Don't over-automate. Not only can that increase complexity, but also there is this thing called downtime. And so if you over-automate and now no one knows how to do it without technology, you're in trouble. Use constraints and use forcing functions. We talked a little bit about constraints and forcing functions yesterday. Just as a quick reminder, a forcing function requires you to do something. So say you need to get a small pediatric patient, maybe a baby, a medication. Well, in that patient's profile, I need to force you to enter that baby's weight because those medications are going to be weight-based. And if I don't have a weight in metric, right, then I can't then move forward. So I'm going to force you to enter a weight, and then based on the weight you entered, I'm going to maybe constrain you to only those medications that are appropriate for that child. Only pediatric dose medications. I'm not going to open up the whole adult formulary. So that's how maybe constraints and forcing functions would work together. This is just an example of a safety assessment matrix. We don't need to go over this great detail. We talked about FMEA yesterday. It is important, as we support safety, as we support human factors in redesign, that we have the appropriate and required resources to do so effectively. I did get a little note, can't see the slides. Chrissy, just confirming that you can see them, or others.
Yes, I can see them, John.
Okay. So it may be an individual issue there. So as we're looking at advocating for resources, we want to make sure that those resources are aligned with the mission, vision, strategic plan, as well as any community needs assessment. If you've ever talked to a leader or are a leader, you know that as people are needing or asking for resources, that it's gotta really align with the overall strategic approach of that organization. And to do that, then you also need to understand, who are you selling your idea to? Who are you asking resources for? And what's the ROI, otherwise known as return on investment. So we are going to do just a little bit of math today on ROI. And this will come up on a practice example, so I'll try to go through this a few different ways. So for this return on investment example, let's say that your organization wants to invest in an electronic ICU, remote operating ICU, and you know that this investment is going to cost your organization $10 million in equipment, training, staffing, but you've also talked to some colleagues and you've done your research, and you know that once you make that investment, you'll achieve a decreased mortality and ICU length of stay, saving your organization $12 million. So you're going to invest $10 million, but you're saving $12 million. So using some quick math, right, your savings then is the $12 million minus the $10 million. So your overall savings is $2 million. To then calculate the ROI, you're going to take your savings of $2 million divided by your investment of $10 million, and then multiply it by 100 to get a percentage. So in this particular example, you have a positive ROI of 20%. And it's positive because you're saving more than you're investing. Another way to do this, which I think is just a little bit easier, and it will come up again, is take your savings, 12 million. Well, actually, I put this in the chat. You're going to take your savings of 12 million. You're going to divide that by your investment of 10 million. And then you're going to get your ROI. So if you take 12 million, which is how much you're saving, and then you're dividing that by 10 million, which is how much you're investing, you're going to get your ROI of 1.2. Now, interpreting ROI is also important. 1.2 is the same as a positive 20%. 1.2 is the same as a positive 20%. And let me give you a couple more examples. So if you invested 10 million, like you did here, and you saved 10 million, what would your ROI be? You invested 10, you saved 10. What's your ROI? What? 1. It'd be 10, 10 divided by 10. 10 million divided by 10 million would be 1, right? You're right, Susan, you're right. You're not making any money, so you're not saving anything, but your ROI would be 1. And so 1 is a neutral. It means you're breaking even. What if you invested 10 million and you saved only 8 million? What would your ROI be? You invested 10, just like here, but you saved only 8. What's your ROI? 0.8. Yeah, Amy, exactly right. 0.8. So 0.8 then, because it's below 1, is a negative ROI, and it's a negative 20% ROI. You see how that works? So an ROI of 1 is a break even. Anything over 1 is positive. Anything under 1 is negative, meaning that you're losing more than you're making. Hopefully that's clear. And we can revisit this during some of the practice tests. It's important that we don't break things as we try to fix them, right? And this is this idea of planning for unintended consequences. We talked about this in terms of balancing measures yesterday. So as we're redesigning and re-engineering our processes, make sure that we're always using analysis techniques. We're reviewing literature, benchmarking, using tools like FMEA and workflow analysis simulation, and then those pilot small tests of change. Again, that's a reminder. I want to cover normalized deviance really quickly. Normalized deviance occurs when circumstances classified as not acceptable slowly become classified as acceptable. I gave the example of speeding. I'm sure none of you have ever sped in a car your entire life, right? Of course we have. It's not like we set out to do it, but if everyone else is doing it, we're keeping up with traffic, right? Why does that happen? Well, there are fluctuations in a complex environment. Rule violations, though, can signal some design or flawed performance. If there are a lot of people maybe not doing it the right way, maybe we're not making the easy way the right way. And maybe our incentives to do it correctly are misaligned. How do we identify this? Well, we can observe processes. We can get out there with a radar gun, like our friendly police officers do. Or we can retrospectively review error reporting and see if we're seeing trends in particular error reports. And yes, everyone does it, so I will too. And that's that normalization of deviance, Susan, right? And that normalization of deviance is the idea that social normalization of deviance means that people within an organization become so much more accustomed to deviant behavior, they no longer are sensitized or they're desensitized to it as deviant, despite the fact that they may far exceed their own rules for safety, or maybe exceed their own capability to actually keep people safe. Maybe now you're speeding so fast, you don't have the physical capability of keeping that car safe, right? And so that normalization of deviance can get out of hand. How do we know when we've made an improvement? Well, measure, measure, measure. Refer to the module yesterday. Measure, measure, measure. Did we obtain the outcomes we wanted? And then are we now focused on sustainability and spread? This is my favorite patient safety quote of all time, and I'll nerd out over it, but this is Don Berwick's quote: "So long as it involves humans, healthcare will be never free of errors, but it can be free of injury or harm. Right? The goal is zero harm, and that's why we do what we do." Okay, so that brings us to the end of the content. Let's do some practice questions, and we're going to start with this one. Which of the following descriptions best reflects principles of safe system design? A, Hospital A routinely reviews and updates policies and procedures every 2 years. B, Hospital B routinely studies close calls. C, Hospital C routinely provides trainings on the use of newly introduced medical equipment. Or D, Hospital D routinely utilizes control charting to report safety performance. We'll go ahead and open the poll, and if you'll remember, my goal for us all is over 80% participation, but I know this group is going to blow that out of the water. Looks like we have about 70%. I'm going to give everyone another 10 to 15 seconds to respond. Okay, well done, everyone. We're at 88%. We've reached our goal. Let's go ahead and close the poll. So we have answers. Everyone answered at least something here. Hospital B routinely studies close calls with 42% is the correct answer. So B is correct. And let's walk through this in a little bit more detail. None of these are really bad. There is a best. And remember, that's going to be a central theme to today, especially as we go through more practice questions. Is a lot of these can be good answers, but there is a best answer. A, hospital A routinely reviews and updates policies and procedures. Really, that should be done at least once a year. That's why that one maybe isn't the best answer. We did say B is the correct answer. C, yes, you should provide trainings on new equipment. That's helpful, but maybe not as broadly applicable. Studying close calls is the best way that we can then learn from mistakes and then improve system design. And control charting can be one of those techniques, but again, the first thing we need to do is study those close calls, making B the best answer. Oh, Susan, you have a question? Do you want to put it in the chat? We'll wait for that. While we're waiting for Susan's question, I'll go ahead and move on to this one, and we'll circle back around. Oh, sure. I think C is better because it is a proactive action. Yes, it is proactive. I agree, but training is also the least effective. If you go back to our hierarchy of effectiveness, we know that trainings tend to be the least sticky and the least strong. Going back to that train and plane example, we do know that even before we know we need training, that we need to study the close calls to know that training is even a problem, which I think is why, again, they're looking at B as the best answer. But that's a really good question. Thank you, Susan. Okay, moving on. Which of the following descriptions is true about human factors? A, human factor science represents the intersection of medicine and engineering. B, human factor science consists of a set of principles that can be learned during training. C, human factor science addresses problems by modifying the design of the system to better aid people. Or D, human factor science is about eliminating human error. We'll go ahead and open the poll and submit your response. Already up to above 50%. I love it. Thank you all for great participation. Day 2 here. Give it another 10 seconds or so. Oh, we're above 90. Well done. Okay, we can go ahead and stop the poll. It does look like the vast majority of you, 80%, did pick the correct answer, and the correct answer is C. Human factor science addresses problems by modifying the design of the system to better aid people. So the vast majority, you've got that right. Let's walk through it quickly. So A is a little tricky. Human factor science is at the intersection of psychology and engineering. So we threw in medicine there. That's a little bit of a red herring. B, it can be learned partially during training, but really you need to practice it. So training's not enough. And then D, human factor science is about eliminating human error. No, we can never eliminate human error. We are trying to eliminate harm. So long as humans are involved in healthcare, we will not eliminate error, but the goal is zero harm. Okay, next question. The patient safety team reviewed a sample of patients who had been readmitted within 48 hours of discharge and noticed the patient's discharge medication lists had not been accurately reconciled. The appropriate next step for the team to take include, and this is a tricky one, so I'm giving you a little hint, this is a tricky one, And remember, the appropriate next steps. So you got to read this one carefully. A, reprimanding the discharging provider. B, ask nursing to be responsible for all medication reconciliation. C, gather a team of key stakeholders to flow map the medication reconciliation process. Or D, gather data on the accuracy and timeliness of medication reconciliation. Let's go ahead and open the poll. Okay, got some good engagement. Give everyone another 5 to 10 seconds. Well done. I can see that we're already trending in what typically happens with this question. This one's a little tricky. All right. We're over 90. Well done. Let's go ahead and close the poll. Okay. So the vast majority of you, 73%, pick C, and I understand why. And I see it every time I do this course. Unfortunately, for that 73%, the correct answer was D. Gather data on the accuracy and timeliness of medication reconciliation. 23% of you got that correct. Let's talk through this one because, like I said, it is a little tricky. Hopefully, we can eliminate A. Right? We're not going to reprimand and blame people. That's not the type of just culture that we're creating. Those of us in the pharmacy profession, I'm sure we'd love to just dump everything onto nursing. No, but we're not going to do that. It's a team sport. It's a team effort. We can't just have nursing be responsible for it all. And that brings us to C and D. Now, this is where it gets a little tricky. And I understand why the majority of you pick C because that makes sense. And I think that likely will need to be done. The idea is, with this question, and don't blame me, I didn't write this one, but the idea is the patient safety team reviewed a sample of patients. Okay? But that sample may not be representative of the extent of the problem. And so the appropriate next step, the very next thing you need to do, is gather data on the accuracy and timeliness of medication reconciliation overall to see what type of problem you have. Then, following D, you would then likely gather a team of key stakeholders to flow map the medication reconciliation process. So you'd first do D, and then you would do C, which makes D correct in this case. But I get it. I feel your angst on this one. This just maybe underscores the need to really read the appropriate next step. So I think the key word was sample, Sarah. Yeah, I understand it's tricky, though. So I feel for you on that one. All right, next one. You are meeting with the Chief Financial Officer to determine return on investment, or ROI, for multiple patient safety initiatives. Which project is most likely to receive approval based on the determined ROI, that return on investment? So it's only based on ROI. That's the key to this. The content itself, don't pick the best one that you think is great. It's only the ROI. A, procurement of new beds with built-in alarms to reduce falls with an ROI of 0.9. B, implementation of evidence-based guidelines to reduce the rate of catheter-associated urinary tract infections with an ROI of 3. C, implementation of a CPOE system to reduce the number of med errors with an ROI of 1. And D, implementation of a sitter program, which has shown to reduce falls and improve patient satisfaction that has an ROI of 0.5. Okay, let's open the poll. Feeling really good about this one so far. We're already over 80%. Let's give everyone just 10 seconds more. Okay, let's go ahead and close the poll. With an overwhelming 92% of you selecting B, you are correct. The correct answer is B. Well done. You really easily picked up on what ROI calculation is, so I'm happy to hear that. Really quickly, just to run through these, an ROI of 0.9 is actually a negative ROI because it's below 1, right? So it's a negative 10% ROI. You're losing 10%. An ROI of 3 is high, right? That's a high ROI. You're making 3 times as much as you invested. B, an ROI of 1 is a break even, and then D is a negative 50% ROI. So if you're looking just at the money, you're definitely going with B, and 90+% of you did, so well done. Final question. A patient safety professional is supporting the development of standard work in an effort to promote high reliability and reduce variation. Which concept is the most important in the consideration of standard work? A, utilize only retrospective analysis of what went wrong. B, failure to perform work as designed indicates a problem with people doing the work rather than the system. C, standardized work should support variability when required resources are not available to suit the patient's needs. Or D, variability should not be acceptable in a complex system. And you can read the rest on your own. Let's go ahead and open the poll and finish strong. Maybe another 5 seconds because I do want to be sensitive to our break. Let's go ahead and close the poll. The correct answer, which 87% of you picked, is C. Standardized work should support variability when required resources are not available. This is the idea of high reliability, flexibility, and adaptability. So well done. C is correct. Way to finish really strong on those last few questions. And that concludes our module. So what we're going to do is go ahead and take our break. We'll take our 10 minutes and be back here at 1. Oh, looks like I went 1 minute over. So let's give you a full 10 minutes. We'll start back at 1:31 p.m. Eastern Time. Thanks for another great module, and we're off to the last domain next. Thank you. Okay, everyone, welcome back. Hopefully, again, you enjoyed your 10 minutes of freedom. 3 domains down, 1 to go, and the last one's a really good one. So excited to turn this over to Sherry, who's going to take us through safety risks and responses. And with that, Sherry, it's all yours.
Hi, everyone. I'm happy to be kind of bringing this to a close by covering the last domain in this section of the program. So, as John mentioned, we're going to be talking about safety risks and responses. And what's outlined on this slide kind of guides us through what I'm going to be discussing today. So, risk assessment, risk and harm recognition, barriers to safety, and patient and workplace safety responses. The objectives for this part of the program are define a systematic approach to identifying, reporting, and assessing risks and harm events, describe the risks associated with vulnerable populations and inequities in healthcare, identify risks associated with workplace violence and incivility, identify barriers to safe care, review the patient safety responses to identified risks, and describe response to adverse events and unexpected outcomes. Now we'll move into risk assessment. So, one of the best ways to assess risk is to capture those concerns that are reported in our voluntary safety event reporting systems. By doing so, we can evaluate the specific concerns of our organization. We can review those reports and identify the risks that we have and address the safety improvement needs that we have within our specific organization. And when we manage our reporting systems in a just way, which John reviewed yesterday, just culture, we support psychological safety within our organizations, and it helps promote a strong safety culture. So it's really important to make sure we don't have any punitive actions unless necessary for those events that are reported. And another thing to talk about here, to point out, is the fact that strong feedback loops really encourage reporting. And so, what I mean by those feedback loops is providing follow up to reporters on the actions taken related to the safety events that they report. And that includes near miss reporting. And that may seem somewhat daunting and overwhelming. It's probably going to be impossible for us to provide feedback on each and every event that is reported, considering that there could be high volume, especially if you are improving your safety culture and your reporting culture over time. You're going to see more and more reports, which is what we want to see. And so it may not be that we're going to provide feedback on every single event. It may be that the feedback comes through managers sharing aggregated reports, and if a specific issue has been reported repeatedly, an employee should recognize that when the reports are discussed in aggregate and there are solutions that are put in place to address the concern they reported, then they will know that their report made a difference. And so that's one way we can help with that feedback loop. So on this slide, we're going to review importance of analyzing and sharing concerns. We want to identify common risks and defects concerning trends to create data-driven improvement strategies, share immediate safety concerns during safety huddles, share trends and lessons learned at staff meetings and unit safety team meetings, provide quarterly summaries of solutions to safety reports to celebrate progress, and use various newsletters to present patient safety information. And so these are things that you can do as a patient safety professional or leader in your organization to help support the analyzing and solutioning and then sharing the actions that are taken as a result of those reports that are submitted. And I really like the idea of that quarterly summary that's shared organization wide so folks can see the results of the reporting. And I think I mentioned yesterday, capitalizing on existing newsletters and communication methods in the organization to share your patient safety information. So that would be a really valuable tool. This slide just outlines the topics that are going to be following in the next section of the presentation. So we'll review voluntary reporting systems, learning huddle boards, leadership rounds, complaints and grievances, and specific patient populations or settings of care. And this will be focusing on the risk assessment piece. So voluntary reporting systems, generally they're electronic at this point. I know when I started in my safety journey, my organization in the Colorado market of Kaiser, we were on a paper reporting system for the organization, and we did make a transition to an electronic reporting system, which was it had a huge impact on the reporting rate and our ability to really assess the risks that exist in our organization. One thing to consider are downtime processes. When you do have an electronic system, the system can go down, or it may be even broader than just your system. It could be all of your health systems if there's a cyber attack or something like that. So we really need to think about how are we going to enable reporting in those situations. And so some backup methods could be either paper or a telephone reporting backup system. And I would lean toward having a telephone system to do that, just because it'll make it easier and quicker on frontline staff. In a situation like that, if more systems than just your reporting system are affected, it's quite possible that there could be quite a few safety events happening that you'd want to know about, and so you want to make it as easy as possible. Voluntary reporting systems, they require infrastructure for access, analysis, prioritization, aggregation, and improvement. So how easy is it for your staff members and physicians to access that reporting system? Is it easy to find? Do we have like a quick button on your computers so that folks can click that and get to it quickly and report? Have we trained people adequately on how to get to and use the system to report events? Have we optimized the forms? Sometimes the reporting form can be a little overwhelming, and so I think it's a good idea to get feedback from folks about how could we streamline reports or the forms themselves to make it as efficient as possible so that we can learn from all of those safety events that are happening out there. And it allows assessment of reporting culture, identification of trends, and understanding of specific safety risks. So it's really important for us to use this information, as I suggested earlier, to share what we've learned and what solutions have been put in place. And one thing to consider is whether or who has access to run reports using the events that have been reported. I think it's really beneficial if you have managers and leaders who have access to be able to run the reports so that they can share information with their teams very readily, rather than have to go through a patient safety or risk management team to be able to get those reports. What we really want is more people looking at the data and analyzing it, and especially those people who are managers over those areas, they really understand the workflows and processes. So we want them to be able to have access to that information and then have those discussions with teams about it. So here we're outlining the various severities of events that can be reported. Each organization may choose a different harm severity classification system. We're not all standardized across the whole country with the systems that we're using, although we can categorize them generally in these 4 categories. So unsafe conditions would be one, and those are situations where employees may notice that there's a risky situation. A close call hasn't even happened yet. You just know, well, that looks like I may grab that, vial A instead of vial B, mistakenly, because they look alike and they're stocked next to each other. So reporting that could be helpful so that we can put some safeguards or make changes to reduce that risk. And I think of unsafe conditions as being more of a proactive strategy. So reporting, most of the time is leading to reactive strategies. But the approach here, I think, is more proactive because we're learning about the concern before it actually came to be a problem. Near miss or good catch or close call, that would be an error happened, but we caught it before it actually reached the patient. And then we have events that reach patients and do not cause any harm, and then we have harm events. And so I'm going to ask a somewhat rhetorical question to you, or one that you don't necessarily have to answer, but think about in your organization, what percentage or which of these categories you see most of your events falling into? And I'll say in my organization, I would say most of the events are under the reach patient, but do not cause harm. And I think that that's a good thing, probably, but I would rather see more unsafe conditions and near miss good catch reports. In fact, in the pharmacy department, we've had a focus on close call reporting for many, many years and trying to make it as easy as possible to report those concerns so that I think John mentioned this before, they're really a golden nugget. They're an opportunity for us to reduce risk to patients before an error even reaches them. So in the pharmacy department, we've set a goal of 50% of our safety events that are reported should be near misses. And we have accomplished that a fair amount of time. We track it quarterly. We have seen a fall off recently, and I think that that's because we've encouraged teams to report other types of events related to opioid usage in that same system. We're going to be moving away from that system for reporting of those things in the future, and so I'm hoping we can recover from that and see an increase in our close call reporting again so that we can get above that 50% mark. You don't want to have only harm events reported because that would indicate that you don't have the greatest reporting culture. You also, though, don't want to see your harm events falsely low because there is an avoidance in reporting those. So having a really good reporting culture is a very important thing. Learning boards are another way for you to assess risk in your organization. And learning boards really promote transparency in your units or your departments, hospitals, and they make concerns of staff and physicians very visible to others, and they provide a space for people to share the defects or the issues that they're seeing. And then also, as the issues are being investigated and addressed, we can show that there's been resolution. And so that it closes that loop so people know that their concerns are being addressed. Leadership safety rounds are another way to discover risks that exist in your organization. They were initially developed by Dr. Alan Frankel at Partners Healthcare in Boston. They're widely utilized based on evidence, or when widely utilized based on evidence that supports high-level executive leadership engagement with the front line and influences culture of safety and outcomes. So having those executive leaders out there talking about safety really promotes that culture of safety and staff understanding that safety is a true priority for that organization. If your leaders are out there talking about safety and, helping to influence changes, it says a lot in your culture. The leadership safety rounds are a significant commitment for the leaders who are doing it and the organization because it takes a lot of time in busy schedules to take the time out and be out there and talking with folks. Another thing I've noticed in some organizations is that it may be hard for a leader to just focus on talking about safety when they're out there rounding. The tendency is to want to address a lot of other organizational priorities while you're out there, but it really is important to try to focus these leadership walk rounds on safety topics specifically to help promote that it really is a strong priority for the executives and for the organization in general. It's a valuable opportunity to support transparency again, so similar to those learning boards. It promotes transparency because there are questions being asked about safety, and then there's continuous learning in the organization to address those issues that come up during those rounds. So implementing leadership safety rounds, it requires a lot of preparation for those hospital executives. As I mentioned, it's a big time commitment for them. They may not feel naturally comfortable talking about safety issues, and so you may need to provide some coaching up front for them about how to talk about safety and how to encourage people to speak up about their safety concerns. Also, it's important to prepare the units or the departments that leaders will be visiting to let them know certain people, and make sure you identify who they are going to be coming. They will arrive at this time, so you can expect to see them then, and just prepare staff that this safety rounding is going to happen. And I think it's helpful to let them know that they're going to be coming, so they have some opportunity to mentally think about what are my concerns that I would want to share with executives and the patient safety officer and the others who are participating in these rounds. So to help facilitate the process, as I mentioned, it's a good idea to propose those questions up front and let folks know that they should be thinking about those things in advance, because sometimes when you're put on the spot, you may not be able to think of what your concerns are. You can also encourage discussion by providing examples of other safety concerns that have been brought up, perhaps in other parts of the organization. Also share past examples of concerns that were raised and resolved, so that kind of just gets the wheels turning for people. And another thing that we want to focus on is collecting data and findings from these rounds, so that we can aggregate the results with the findings from other departments in the hospital, and then feed that information up and aggregate it even broader. It may even be aggregated with other hospitals or clinics within that system. And then determine methods for follow-up and feedback. As I mentioned yesterday, that feedback loop can be challenging, and getting that information back and really sharing with staff the results of the changes and system and process changes that have happened as a result of rounding can be challenging to keep track of, but it's an important thing to do so that everyone understands that that's why they should be speaking up. We can actually create some changes as a result. I see, and here's a comment here. We use, you said, we did. That's a great way to put it. I love that. Thanks for sharing. So providing feedback is essential to success. So as I was just alluding to, there have been examinations of doing walk rounds with feedback as compared to walk rounds without providing that feedback loop. And what was found is that when information was actually acted upon and then fed back to those teams that reported the concerns, it created a work setting that's a better place to deliver and receive care, as measured through various metrics like teamwork, safety, and leadership. And it also improved that emotional exhaustion component of burnout. All right, so another source of information on risks can be patients and families. So I mentioned yesterday we can look at those complaints and grievance systems to identify safety concerns. Sometimes they get reported there and they don't go into your safety event reporting system, so it's important to look for those. Also, mining the information from your safety reporting systems that we've already talked about. Safety rounds is another way to solicit feedback from patients and families. So making it intentional not just to talk with staff and physicians on those units, but actually talking with patients. Another way to get information from patients is to tap into your patient advisory or advocacy councils. How many of you have those within your organizations that you have tapped into? I'm curious. Yeah, I think they're great. And especially when you're trying to put solutions into place too. So not just identifying where their concerns are, but as you're developing solutions, getting their feedback on what would be the best approach to meet patient needs. And then adding patient advisors to your root cause analyses and FMEA teams. This is something that is recommended by the RCA Squared document for RCAs. I'm curious, can I get a reaction here? How many of you have incorporated patients in your RCA teams? That's awesome. Awesome. I know there are some organizations that seem a bit hesitant to do that because they feel like it opens them up to, I think, some vulnerability. But I think most of these patients that are involved, especially if you were to tap into people that were on patient advisory councils, they understand the important role they play in the confidentiality aspects involved. So yeah, I think striving to do that and expanding that should be a top priority for all of us. All right, this is a slide that you saw yesterday, so I won't spend a whole lot of time on it, but this is a slide that captures the cultural influences and health literacy aspects. It's that cultural iceberg that John reviewed yesterday. So these are things that we definitely need to keep in mind as we're taking care of all of our patients. We'll review, just highlight some patient populations and care settings that do contribute to our patients being more vulnerable. So some patient populations that may be more vulnerable include behavioral health diagnoses. So sometimes our teams may not feel comfortable addressing patients who are coming up in for care, perhaps in the emergency department, and they're experiencing psychotic symptoms. We may not have referral sources for them to easily transfer them to a more appropriate care setting, such as a mental health hospital or something like that. And so they definitely can have some vulnerabilities in those situations. Patients with multiple comorbidities, the challenges there could be that patients have several specialists providing care to them, and there are challenges in having that coordination of care between different specialists and making sure that there's clear communication among them. Pediatric populations, they literally, if they're very young, they lack a voice, or if they do have a voice, they may not be able to explain how they're feeling or what they're experiencing, and so we need to take that into consideration. Also, they have special dosing needs for medications. Elderly patients, similarly, on the other end of the spectrum, they oftentimes require special adjustments of their medications so that they don't experience medication adverse effects or events. And they may have some challenges with their home life. They may not have the level of support that they need or a safe environment to go to after they leave our care settings. Publicly uninsured, low health literacy. I know John talked about that a little bit yesterday. And then non-English speaking patients, or even, we've had some scenarios that I'm aware of, at least one, where it wasn't that the patient was able to speak English and read English, but their preference was Spanish. And we changed their medication due to a shortage to a half tablet. And we even consulted them, advised them that they needed to cut the tablet in half for the time being until we could replace it with the intended strength where they wouldn't have to cut the tablet. And they expressed understanding. We even reviewed the phone call recording, and they ended up not taking it correctly. They did not cut it in half, and then they experienced some adverse events as a result of that. And so, really making sure we understand what their preferences are is very important. The transitions of care, we all know that transitions of care are a very challenging uh, situation for patients because it requires a lot of communication. We've talked about how important communication is, and so many of our events involve communication barriers. And so we see uh, things that can be especially challenging in the emergency department, or discharges from hospital to home, and then environmental hazards that we need to consider. So, shifting now, we're going to review some external methods to monitor safety concerns, and we'll talk about the impact of patient safety organizations, regulatory and accrediting bodies, professional organizations, and recalls and vendor alerts that need to be addressed. So, patient safety organizations, they came to be as a result of the Patient Safety and Quality Improvement Act in 2005. And that act, or that legislative change, came to be as a result of the publication To Err is Human. And I'm sure you're all familiar with that publication. It was very significant in the patient safety world. It really highlighted how many patients are affected by medical errors. And so this legislation was designed to improve patient safety through analysis of reported events and reduction or elimination of the risks and hazards associated with the delivery of patient care. So the value of PSOs is that they're independent and they're external experts on patient safety. They're able to collect information, safety event reports from multiple organizations, and aggregate those data all together. And so the ability to identify risks it's increased quite a bit because we're aggregating information from so many different sources, and we have so much more information to look at. And by doing that, we can identify those underlying causes of those events, and then hopefully identify solutions that can be implemented more broadly. So, patient safety, another value is that their information is more, they develop more reliable information on how best to improve patient safety. I will say, I think patient PSOs are still developing in their ability to produce those best practices and improve safety, but it's certainly it's evolving, and it's getting better and better. I will shift to regulatory and accrediting bodies. Sometimes we have a love-hate relationship with regulatory and accrediting bodies because they can cause some stress sometimes, because we do have those minimum standards that they set that we need to follow. But we have to keep in mind that the driving factor behind those requirements by regulatory and accrediting bodies is really patient safety and quality. And so we're all aligned to wanting to do that. So that's what we have to keep in mind with respect to these. So regulatory and accrediting bodies establish standards organizations must follow to support safe delivery of care. And they are using information that has been identified as being, risky situations in healthcare. And as you know, we need to comply with those standards in order to be accredited. So, just keeping in mind that they do highlight what we should be focusing on, and sometimes they do highlight what our targets should be. Let's shift to professional organizations. So there are many state, national, and international organizations that highlight safety risks. And we reviewed some of those yesterday, so I do want to highlight some specific examples here, focusing on some of the medical associations and nursing associations. There's also ISMP, or Institute for Safe Medication Practices, is listed there. As the slide indicates, some of these organizations are also patient safety organizations, and ISMP is one of those. They do serve as a PSO, and so it's important to keep that in mind. Another group I would like to point out here is the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality, or AHRQ. I did mention them yesterday. I have found the Patient Safety Network information from AHRQ to be extremely valuable. It will highlight safety concerns and share that information broadly. You can sign up for emails and things like that. And I have missed that this year. And when I was preparing for this talk, I had visited the Patient Safety Network site for AHRQ, and I noticed that the website's no longer being supported, and new information is not being put out by that group. And so I think it was last updated in March of 2025. The information that's on there is still available. It's just they're not performing ongoing work, and so I was fairly disappointed to see that. But there are still great resources there. It's just probably not going to be the most up to date. All right, let's shift a little bit to recalls and vendor alerts. So there are a variety of agencies that issue recalls relevant to healthcare. Some examples include ECRI, which is the parent company of ISMP now, and OSHA. I'll also mention here FDA sends out recall notices, related to medications. Consumer Product Safety Commission may issue some alerts and recalls related to some healthcare related products, and there's also direct communication from vendors regarding recalls and alerts. I will shift to recognizing the risks that we have and the risks to causing patient harm. So we want to have a preoccupation with safety risks, and so that's similar to having that preoccupation with failure, which is a characteristic of high reliability organizations. And what we're going to review today related to this includes diagnosis and treatment related concerns, early warning and patient deterioration, safety surveys, and workplace safety events. So diagnostic errors. This is a type of error that, as you all know, there's been a lot more focus on lately. It is defined by the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine as the failure to either establish an accurate and timely explanation of a patient's health problem or communicate that explanation to the patient. So we can see different categories of diagnostic errors. So we can see these in diagnosis. And so an example of that would be a cancer diagnosis that was delayed and then could have negative implications for a patient. A misdiagnosis may be something that we just missed entirely. A patient may have chronic fatigue or chronic pain, and it's not recognized, and so that diagnosis is not made. And then we have scenarios where we have the wrong diagnosis. So the original diagnosis was found to be incorrect farther down the road. And so an example may be where we think, or a patient we thought had GERD, they actually had an MI. So these are some various examples. I will say that reporting these can be challenging sometimes because it can take a fair amount of time for us to realize there was a diagnostic error, because it may take time to recognize that the patient actually has a different diagnosis or that we did not make a diagnosis. And so even though it can be challenging to identify these and get them reported, I think it would be very valuable for us to focus attention on getting those diagnostic errors reported in our safety event reporting systems. This slide outlines some approaches to reduce diagnostic error. And so really focusing on getting it right.
And this is really focused on education and making sure we have competencies with our healthcare providers. And just to provide a few examples, optimize clinical reasoning to reduce cognitive error, understanding system-related aspects of care, effectively engaging patients and the diagnostic team together. And then it's really important for us as a health system to help support learning from these cases. And ways to do that are using trigger tools. So can be trigger tools, which would be an IT solution to help identify patients who may have had a diagnosis missed or incorrectly made, and providing a safe learning environment for feedback. So if we have open conversations about these things and share what we've learned around these errors, it helps open up that that comfort level for people to learn and talk about them. Right, shifting to medication safety, risks, and best practices. I mentioned ISMP a little bit earlier, which is the Institute for Safe Medication Practices. They create lists of best practices to address known medication safety issues. Typically, it's about every 2 years they put those recommendations out, and they have best practices for hospitals, and now they're doing best practices for community pharmacy and other care settings. And so it's very valuable to review these and perform a gap analysis in your organization to identify if your organization has these risks that they outline that are most concerning to them. And then they do evolve. There's a fair number of them that will stay on year after year. But then they will introduce several new ones inevitably as they update them every couple of years. So some of the more recent concerns that they have focused on are wrong route administration. So example of that may be where we're giving medication that's intended for IV administration or topically, intrathecally. So example of that is tranexamic acid. There's been a lot out there on TXA, is how we abbreviate that one. Probably best to spell it out and say it, though, because it could be confused with other medications. But tranexamic acid being administered intrathecally it's very often deadly. And so there have been several cases reported and shared through ISMP around that. Medication errors during transitions of care, we've already talked about the challenges related to transition of care, communicating between care settings, medication errors associated with vaccines, something that we see oftentimes are the vaccines that have two diluents or multi-component, I shouldn't say it's two diluents, multi-component vaccines. Excuse me. I'm getting hoarse with talking so much over the last 2 days. Sometimes those multi-component vaccines can be confused, thinking there's a vial that has active ingredient and the other one is a diluent, but in fact, the two components are required because there are active ingredients in both of them, and they sometimes will not be associated together, and you administer only one of the vials. There's a lot of challenges around that. High alert medications. High alert medications are medications, just to be clear, they're medications that have a higher risk of causing harm if an error happens with them. It's not necessarily that they are involved in more safety events. It's just the implications or the effects of errors with them can be particularly extensive or severe. Barcode verification, that it's expanded to other areas beyond inpatient care units, so EDs, medical imaging. So they're promoting the spread of BCMA to other areas. There's another medication safety organization that's worth mentioning. It's the International Medication Safety Network. And their focus currently is on 4 high alert medications: potassium concentrate injection, vinca alkaloids, oral methotrexate used for non-oncologic indications, and two-component vaccines, which I had just talked about. And so they also they focus on high alert medications, as I mentioned, and I already explained that previously. So risks associated with medication use. Sometimes they're technology driven. Technology has been really valuable in improving safety, but there's unintended consequences, perhaps, or maybe we did not anticipate them, or maybe we did. But as a result of technology, we can see new safety issues arising. And so we've talked a little bit about alert fatigue already. That can be very challenging with computerized provider order entry systems where we're alerting about all kinds of concerns. So we need to really evaluate how valuable those alerts are. Are they producing the outcome we want, or are they overridden? And the things that we're alerting about, do they still reach the patient regardless of those alerts? And if so, how are we refining them so that we are not seeing as much alert fatigue and we make those alerts more valuable? There's workarounds with barcode medication scanning. I've seen situations where scanning of the medication happens after administration, which defeats the purpose of BCMA. And so really getting to the root of why people are doing that is helpful to try to modify things and getting people to work with the system in the way it's intended, and then understanding really what it's ultimately doing. My husband's he's a nurse in an infusion center, and he tells me he would never do that because he's relying on that BCMA to make sure he's administering the right drug. And then also bypassing smart pump libraries. And then there's patient associated factors. So non-adherence to prescribed medications. We can have patients doing that intentionally or unintentionally. They may not understand how they're supposed to be taking their medications. They can have outdated medication lists. I don't know how many times you might have seen a patient who presents to an acute care setting, an ED or a hospital, and they have a med list in their wallet or purse, and they present that to the healthcare team, and it's clearly out of date, and they haven't kept it up to date. How can we help them keep those medication lists accurate and up to date? And then there's also a lot of use of herbals and over-the-counter medications without oversight. There's a lot of reading on the internet, maybe social media. There could be some touting that certain medications or herbals may be beneficial for certain indications, and so patients may start them and we don't know. And a lot of times they have similar risks as prescription medications may have, so we need to know about those. So risks of interventions. So interventions here meaning procedures, surgeries, diagnostic tests. There are inherent risks related to them. And obviously with anesthesia, there are risks that are associated with having anesthesia to prepare a patient for a procedure or experience a surgery. And patients with heart disease, hypertension, high blood pressure, they're at higher risk. And so it's really important for our providers to have conversations with patients about what those risks are as well as the benefits. And those conversations need to be patient-centered, informed decision-making conversations should be happening with patients about those. And last bullet point here on the slide, risks and benefits of any alternatives should be discussed with patients also. So not just what the proposed plan is, but if you choose not to do this, the alternative is something else, and that the risks of that alternative include X, Y, or Z. I'll shift a little bit because we're talking about recognizing harm. There are some systems out there that are early warning systems that help us determine which patients are at higher risk of deteriorating so that we can keep a closer eye on them, perhaps transfer them to a higher level of care if they're needed. And one of those systems that has been found to be effective in an analysis is the National Early Warning Score system. And so that's something to consider using in your organization if you don't have something similar already implemented. And then another suggestion here is attending notification guidelines or trigger cards. One analysis was done in surgical sentinel events. And what was found in that analysis was that in 70% of those cases, the communication barriers was identified as one of the major contributing factors to those events happening. And when they dug deeper into those communication barriers, one of the main concerns that was identified was physician residents being hesitant or avoiding notifying their attending physicians about patients that were deteriorating. And that could be because of the hierarchy gradient, or the residents are feeling like they are potentially not performing to the standards if they cannot take care of and manage those patients on their own. So they were just very hesitant to speak up and reach out to those attending physicians. And so a solution that could be implemented are these trigger cards. And on the next slide, there's a visual of what they are. So they are cards that are hang with your name badge, and the reason that these are very helpful is that it creates this standard that the expectation is that if a patient meets these criteria, then the expectation is that you should outreach the attending. There's no question about whether or not you should be able to handle it on your own. It clearly defines this is when you should escalate this concern so the patient can be addressed by that attending physician. And so it takes that, it removes that feeling of insecurity by that resident by making this the expectation that can be pointed to. All right, now we're going to do a little reflection exercise. I want you to think about what in your organizations you've learned from gaps in your HRQ CMS patient safety indicators. And some examples of those would be pressure ulcer rates, in-hospital falls that lead to fracture, post-op hemorrhage and hematoma rates, post-op kidney injury that requires dialysis. Those are just a few examples. I'm curious if anybody would feel comfortable sharing any of their gaps that they've identified through their work on patient safety indicators. If you don't feel comfortable speaking up, feel free to type in the chat. Overcoded. Can you explain that? All right. Well, anyway, think about these things as you're working through, this program and thinking about how to identify harms and risks. Here we have an example: continual oversight of processes needed or needs to occur to ensure we stick to our process to reduce risk. The work is never done. Yeah. Sepsis. Yep. Falls. Falls is a constant challenge. Sorry, code, not unmute. Okay. All right. Let's move on to in the program. So at this point, I'd like to talk about risks that are associated with health equity. So there are a lot of healthcare disparities that have been identified, And they include racial or ethnic groups, religion, socioeconomic status, gender, age, mental health, cognitive, sensory, or physical disability, sexual orientation or gender identity, and geographical location. And then there's other non medical determinants of health, including behaviors, genetic predispositions, social circumstances, and environmental exposures. And we, as healthcare providers and organizations, oftentimes cannot do anything to necessarily change those characteristics of our patients, but what we can do is change our perception and make sure that we do not have any biases that exist, and really focus on taking care of that patient and in their personal circumstances, and just recognizing that we can't change these circumstances, but we may be able to help them still by customizing what we're doing to meet their needs. IHI has published a paper on health equity, and this diagram comes from that publication, and it's referenced on the bottom of this slide. But these are things that your organization can do to help address those health equity gaps that exist out there for our patients. So I'll just highlight on the left side, it lists those strategies in that framework, and specific examples or more details are on the right hand side, and you can refer to this later if you want to, or access that publication to learn more about this. But organizations can make health equity a strategic priority. They can develop structures and processes to support health equity work, and deploy specific strategies to address multiple determinants of health on which healthcare organizations can have a direct impact, decrease institutional racism within the organization, and develop partnerships with the community, with community organizations. Let's shift now to risks of over and under treatment. So they're over and under treatment are obviously very different, but they can still lead to diagnostic error, which we talked about earlier. So some examples of over treatment may be where we're treating a patient for hypertension and we prescribed too many antihypertensives, or it could happen in the hospital setting or ambulatory, and then lead to a patient fall, which causes harm. Undertreatment examples could be where we have a patient who has atrial fibrillation, and based on our treatment guidelines, they should have been prescribed an anticoagulant, but they weren't. And then as a result, they experienced a stroke. And it could also be we may not have referred them to specialists that they would require to treat certain disease states that they have, and so under treatment could be happening through that mechanism also. But both are examples, as this slide calls out, as suboptimal care and can result in patient harm. Conditions that can lead to over and under treatment include providers being overwhelmed by workload and other priorities. We can see understaffing and pressure by patients. Sometimes patients are pressuring prescribers to write prescriptions for medications that they really don't need. I think one of the big contributors to that is all the direct-to-consumer advertising that we see in this country related to TV ads and publications in magazines. And I do think with some recent changes, with regulations, we may see fewer of those direct-to-consumer advertising campaigns, which I think could be helpful. I think a lot of times with time pressures, I'm thinking it more in an ambulatory setting where schedules are very tight. Their providers are seeing patients every 15 or 20 minutes, depending on what specialty they're in. And if a patient comes in asking for a medication, even though they're really not a true candidate for it, it's sometimes easier, quicker to prescribe the medication than to actually have that conversation with patients about why they aren't the ideal candidate for it. Another issue is non-treatment. Oh yeah, I think antibiotics for all. That's another one. Yeah. Non-treatment or wait and watch is also an option that can be taken, but that also has to occur through that informed decision-making process between the patient and the provider. An example of that may be a patient who has an elevated PSA, but it's not in a tremendously high area, and so the decision may be made to watch or wait and watch that PSA over time and see what happens. Now we'll shift to emergency management and risks in identifying the potential harm that can happen through emergency preparedness or lack thereof, I should say. So, what we want is a proactive risk assessment accomplished through our emergency preparedness planning. I know a lot of organizations are going through this now, which is great. You can look at it somewhat like a mock joint commission survey. You could do a mock, a lot of organizations are doing mock emergency preparedness drills. And it's really not so much about just as we don't want the perspective to be that we're getting ready for a survey or we're getting ready for a drill. What we want is to be prepared for our patient's sake. Common scenarios that we would want to be prepared for include IT outages, including cyber attacks, weather-related, mass casualties, power outages, natural disasters, on-site fires, and pandemics. And from that list, you'll see quite a few that we've seen in our country. We've had a lot of fires, we have a lot of weather-related disasters, flooding, hurricanes, and obviously we had a recent pandemic that we had to address. So this is definitely a priority for organizations. All right, another thing to talk about when we're talking about harm recognition, the potential of it. ECRI, as I mentioned before, well, I guess I didn't explain ECRI. ECRI is it's an organization that focuses on healthcare safety, and they publish an annual report that includes their top 10 safety concerns. On this slide, we have listed the top 10 concerns they have from 2024. There's actually a 2025 list out there too. So these issues that are listed are not necessarily solved. So these are definitely things that we should continue to focus on. But I will say I looked up the 2025 top 10, and I'm going to read a few to you that I found particularly, I don't think ECRI is an acronym. I see the question here. What's the acronym for? I actually think it's their name. But if someone else knows what ECRI is, please let me know. Put it in the chat. So some interesting ones I thought from ECRI's top 10 for 2025 were risk of dismissing patient and family concerns, insufficient governance of AI in healthcare. So I know AI is a very hot topic in general, but specifically in healthcare, there's a lot of concerns around it. And as we implement it, how are we going to ensure safety of our patients? Okay, Emergency Care Research Institute. Thanks, John. Another one, spread of medical misinformation. Does seem like there's a lot of that out there these days. Errors and delays due to cybersecurity breaches. We've seen a fair number of cybersecurity breaches happening, and as a result, we have system downtime across the board, and then obviously safety implications happen. And then the last one that was particularly germane to me is deteriorating community pharmacy working conditions. And so I think this publication is a great one to reference. You can access it by going to their website, and you just have to put your name in and a little bit of information, and then the system allows you to download it so you can have access. All right. Let's talk about risks of physical and non-physical violence and incivility. So we can see these issues come up between patients and their family and healthcare workers. We can see it happening between patients and other patients, or family and other families. We can also see lateral violence on our care team, so between care team member and care team member. And we've seen situations come up where social media has been used to harass and disparage others. And so this would be one way to identify, or for that type of violence to happen. And obviously, that would be non-physical violence. But one thing to keep in mind is that stressors of this potential violence and incivility can increase the likelihood of medical error. So, as John mentioned earlier, when healthcare providers are stressed out, they can be distracted. It can cause them to not be focused on their work. So, just as stressors from home can, seep into our work lives, stressors at work can make things particularly uncomfortable and cause those distractions. I will say, if there is some incivility between two healthcare providers or a team and an individual, there may be some concern for that patient, and they may not speak up appropriately when they see something that's not safe happening. And so there can be implications developed from things like that. Now we're going to shift to barriers to safety and see how we're doing on time. How long do I have, John? I have about 30 more minutes, right?
That's correct, Sherry.
Yep.
Yeah, we have until 3, but we can always go past that a little bit if we need, and be flexible with the end session.
Okay, I'd be okay, but we'll see. All right, so human and financial resources, focusing on the patient. So these are the barriers that are patient specific to safety. So human resources can be lack of family and community support. And so patients may be living in an unsafe environment. If they don't have support, they may need help preparing their medications and administering them. So keep those things in mind. Health literacy and language of understanding healthcare terms. Food insecurities can lead obviously to healthcare issues if they are not getting proper nutrition, or they may be eating poor quality foods that may exacerbate their cardiovascular disease or heart failure if they're eating a lot of prepared meals that may be less expensive. Transportation can be an issue because they cannot seek care. Access to the internet. So there are some places in the country where internet access is not great, or if you have someone who is homeless, they don't have that infrastructure to allow them to access the internet. And I think a lot more of our care these days is delivered through an online venue. So there could be situations where a message is sent to a patient via an email through a health system or an EMR, and the patient never saw it. So you have to think about what resources those patients have. We also can see mistrust of the healthcare system, and I think that seems to be an increasing issue these days, with a lot of questions about the safety of vaccines and different healthcare modalities and treatments. And then stigma. And then financial resources. People may not have the income needed to be able to afford the healthcare they need, or even to be able to afford any type of insurance. They may be underinsured, have, as I mentioned, lack of insurance. And then also finding a provider who will accept their payer. So they may have some publicly supported payer, and the local or most convenient provider of care may not accept their payer type. So looking at some barriers to safety for organizations that are related to human and financial resources. We do have an aging healthcare workforce. It does seem a little more challenging to recruit people to come into the healthcare disciplines due to the fact that the jobs are physically and psychologically challenging, and so may be more appealing to go into different professions and health professions. And so we do have healthcare organizations focusing a lot on retention and recruitment of new healthcare providers. And then organizations can also have financial resource limitations. They have to consider their payer mix and what kind of reimbursement they get for the services provided based on the payer. We're seeing more and more uninsured patients, and that may increase over time if we have fewer subsidies for patients to receive health care through the Affordable Care Act. Still, kind of waiting to see what's going to happen with that. Decreasing revenue streams. So, if reimbursement isn't happening for those services, then we don't have the revenue to be able to support our services. And we also are seeing shortages and challenges related to availability of supplies and pharmaceutical costs. And I'm sure you're all aware, we have a plethora of pharmaceutical shortages happening, which can lead to safety issues as we have to figure out what to use instead of the product that we had. And sometimes there isn't something that's equivalent to be used, and so that creates even more challenges figuring out how to substitute one thing for another. There are technological barriers. So, is the technology available, maintained, current, or obsolete? So, we have to think about those things. We have to make sure we train our staff to use technology appropriately. Sometimes it isn't the most intuitive thing, and so training is required, and that can be time consuming to train an entire organization on a new technology. Virtual care is another aspect that we're seeing expanding more and more. So I had mentioned communicating with patients via messaging through the charts, but also virtual care. There are challenges related to that, especially if patients don't have the resources to receive virtual care. Lack of interoperability among IT systems. There can be challenges between organizations who are still, who are using different EMR systems because there's not an ability to see clearly what's happening in other healthcare organizations. But that's the goal is of the High Tech Act is to ensure that there is interoperability so that we can see what's happening in other care settings. And then there are cyber risks, as we've already alluded to before. So I've talked about transitions of care and how challenging these times can be for patients when they are transitioning between levels of care. And this slide just highlights some of the issues related to transitions, and they include healthcare systems being complex and highly fragmented. Care transitions can lead to important gaps in knowledge transfer, jeopardizing safety. So information about a patient may be well understood in one care setting, but it's not in the next level of care. Discharge preparation begins long before patient is ready. Failure of strong preparation may lead to unnecessary readmissions. So if we don't prepare patients well for discharge, they may end up coming right back to receive more care, and that has financial implications and quality of care measure implications too. Critical juncture to ensure information sharing at various care junctures. Shared accountability, health systems, providers, patient, and family. And then lastly, various transitional care models for consistency for information transfer. There are a few programs that are out there that have focused on transitions of care that you may explore for adopting within your organization, or you could learn about them and modify them to meet your organization's needs. So some examples are BOOST, BOOST, and that's an acronym, and I can't remember exactly what that represents. There's the care transitions intervention and the transitional care model. So those are three different models that you could consider. I think this is potentially the last slide in this section, and then we have one more. So beyond the organization, we can also have barriers to safety. So, regulations we talked about can sometimes be set the stage or set the minimum expectation of what types of initiatives we should be focusing on to meet patient safety requirements, but also they can be barriers to patient safety when they are excessive. So, an example could be when similar epidemics and pandemics. So when COVID really was at its highest point, there were a lot of requirements about PPE and vaccinations and treatment modalities that needed to be used, and then reporting requirements. So that took extra resource to complete those requirements to report adverse events from vaccines and things, and also report how many patients we had admitted and who had died from the disease. And so that added some extra safety risks. All right. I think this is the last section. Patient and workplace safety responses is what we're going to address now. So we talked about risk assessment. We've talked about recognizing risk and harm. We talked about barriers, and now we're going to talk about the responses. Did I lose my ability to advance the slides, Chrissy?
You want to try now?
Why am I not seeing it? That's odd. Huh.
Are you able to try moving the slides now?
Oh, wait. It's strange.
Here, let me reset your slide control. Okay, let me give that a try.
I'm wondering, I'm not in full screen mode. Maybe that would help.
Sure.
There it shows up. I see it now. Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. So it's important to use evidence to support our safety responses. And so if we're looking at clinical guidelines, our clinical approach to something, it's really important to consider the quality of the evidence that's behind any kind of recommendations or guidelines that we're going to use to incorporate into our organization. And so it's good to understand this diagram on the right, where the different levels of quality of evidence. And so expert opinion is just that. There's really no evidence behind those. And as you work your way up this pyramid, you'll see the gold standard is a randomized controlled study. And there are plenty of RCTs out there, but there are some studies out there that will not be as high quality, but they may be used to justify one treatment over another. But the gold standard, as I mentioned, is a randomized controlled study. And best practices external to your organization should be considered. And this is more thinking about maybe improvement projects that have been implemented in other organizations to address the safety concern that you are wishing to address. And when you do that, you just want to make sure that you consider how that best practice will fit into your organization. You may have to tweak it some or adjust it some to fit into the processes you have or the structure you have and the culture. And so make sure you modify it as needed so that it can be successful in your environment. And use a variety of sources. Next, we'll talk about bundles, checklists, protocols, and algorithms. We'll talk about responses to recalls and alerts, and then some safety systems, including rapid response, electronic health record, and safe building design. So, bundles. I think most of us are very familiar with bundles. They're hold on, I want to change my view here. Sorry about that. Bundles are a structured way of improving the processes of care and patient outcomes. A small, straightforward set of evidence based practices, generally 3 to 5, that when performed collectively and reliably have been proven to improve patient outcomes. So the key items here are we want them to be evidence based. They need to be brief. So that 3 to 5 items is really the sweet spot that we're going for. And they need to be used reliably. If they're not used reliably, they're not going to be effective. And I think that's probably one of the biggest challenges with bundles is the adoption of them consistently. On this side, we have an example of a safety bundle. So central line bundle to reduce hospital-acquired infections. The first step is hand hygiene and sterile contact barriers, properly cleaning the patient's skin, finding the best vein, checking every day for infection, and removing or changing the line only when needed. And so you can identify in a bundle where potential failure points are, and that's how you can confirm whether or not the bundles are being reliably used, is to focus on those potential failure points. Next, checklists. John talked about checklists some already. They can be used as memory tools in very complex processes. And there's other industries that use them reliably, and they're hardwired. And John mentioned aviation is one of them. I'm so glad that the aviation industry uses checklists to ensure our safety because the implications of a plane crash are devastating. Recent literature has demonstrated that checklist efficacy in healthcare organizations has been variable. And why do you think that is? Why would it be variable? And it can be dependent upon organizational culture, and it relies on humans using those tools. And so we can see some variability there. Protocols and algorithms are other ways that we can address safety concerns. Protocols are things like, think about the isolation protocol. Algorithms are a flow chart that help guide you through treatment decisions. And so if this, then I'll do that. They're helpful to provide standardization and consistency across your organization. They can also help you with early detection of harm and provide recommendations to address that. And they can be supported by clinical decision support tools. And so you can have within your EMR this clinical decision support to help guide following these protocols and algorithms. You can actually measure by looking at utilization of these protocols and algorithms. You can see how often they're being followed and then potentially address when they're not being followed. But just keep in mind that sometimes they do not supersede a clinician's decision making. So there may be times when deviating from that protocol or algorithm makes sense for that clinical scenario. So it's important to talk with folks to understand why that deviation happened. Shift now to the topic of recalls and vendor alerts and how the organization should respond to those. So it's our responsibility in the organization to manage that incoming information, and it can be quite overwhelming. And so there are some systems that can be used. One of them is alert workflow systems, and then there's a system called One Recall that can help you manage those alerts. There's probably others out there. First, we need to identify if it is a risk for our organization. Are we using that product? Does this alert or recall affect us? We need to determine that. And then we need to perform a gap analysis and identify, if it is something that we've purchased, where is it being used so that we can target our actions. And after we've determined where it may be used, we need to communicate that there is a recall or some type of safety alert related to a product and determine what those impacts are. one thing to consider is that when we communicate that the fact that there is an alert or a recall, we need to have in place at that time what our actions are going to be to address it. So if we're going to have to use some alternative product or device because of that recall, we need to educate folks. We may need to consult with clinicians to determine what the best alternative is. Completing those steps are really important. And then we should follow up and make sure that we actually follow the action plan as it was determined and described. And then sometimes, if once a recall has been resolved and we have supply of the original product, now again after the recall, there should be a plan if that is the preferred product for whatever reason to switch back and make sure everyone's aware that we are going to switch back to that original product. So, some patient safety systems that help provide a response to safety risks. We have rapid response teams, and I'm sure you're all familiar with them. Typically, a nurse and respiratory therapist will address a patient that may be at risk of cardiopulmonary arrest, and we will provide very quick attention to those patients. We should keep a focus on actions that were associated with proactive risk assessments. So if we've done an FMEA and we've outlined actions or changes that should happen, we should ensure that those are incorporated in our organizations. And then we should think about safe system design, and that can include the EHR, safe building design. It's important for patient safety professionals to be involved in evaluating and designing things. So, with our health records, are we checking to make sure that the system is working the way it should? Are we creating new health hazards as a result of some changes or setups that we've made in our EHR? And then with safe building design, having input in how things are set up environmentally is a important priority for you. Care team safety responses. So, to address workplace violence and civility, peer and team support in serious adverse events, communication resolution, and risk management. These are the topics we're going to cover. Yet, I have 8 minutes. All right. Workplace violence and civility response. So, ideally, when there are civility and violence issues, it's ideal that it gets reported in our safety event system so that we can track them and identify them and provide a supportive culture for the reporting of those events. Sometimes we need to develop a patient and or visitor behavioral agreements for certain patients or visitors. So we need to evaluate each case individually and provide open and clear communication with them to support our team members, our healthcare team members. And we need to plan on consequences for non-adherence and actually follow through on those. It's really important to develop a communication plan also across the care continuum. So if we've experienced some incivility or potential violence with a particular patient, and then they are going to receive care in our same health system, but maybe in an ambulatory setting, let's say, how are we going to communicate that we've had this experience and then that there is this plan or agreement that's in place? And let's see, we want to create support teams for caregivers. So we want to develop a plan to address incivility within the workplace, and we can do that through training our employees on violence and civility, and help promote that we have resources to help support them and to set expectations about what is acceptable and what is not. All right, so one way to address this on a more global or broader scale would be to create signage about unacceptable behaviors. Now, I realize that signs hanging up all over the place sometimes become wallpaper, but in this instance, I think it's really good to set those expectations, put them out there so everybody sees it. And so when an issue develops, our staff can point to these signs and say, these are the things that are unacceptable. And I think it's really important also to express to patients, like the second to last bullet says, remember physical assault is a criminal offense. But I think the key here is if you're upset or anxious about the visit, please talk to us rather than resorting to violence. And this could be an option for you to implement in your organizations. Peer and team support. So we want to support teams through performing safety huddles. So that sets the expectation for the day. When we have huddles at the beginning of the day, talking about what to expect with patient load, it's an opportunity for staff to raise concerns about safety issues they've seen. They can talk about close calls, and the team can talk about what ifs so that we can address things that may be anticipated up front by discussing them as a team. And then debriefing is important in several scenarios. So debriefing at the end of a shift or the end of a workday, that can help a lot with talking about what went well, what didn't go so well, so we can make improvements for the next day. And then there's also critical incident debriefing, which is a special form of debriefing that happens after a significant safety event happens. You want that to be led by someone who's qualified to lead those discussions so that we can address those significant events very quickly and make sure patient needs are addressed and also our staff needs are addressed to help them cope with the negative impacts of those events. A peer-to-peer support program is one way to provide that support for our staff. And this highlights some aspects of must-haves really for peer-to-peer support systems. So we want to have organizational dedicated support to provide trained peers to offer that support when serious adverse patient outcomes occur. We want trained interprofessional care team members on that team. We want collaboration with patient safety and risk management professionals and the ability to self-refer. So we want people who identify that they're experiencing difficulties, they can refer themselves. So when you're developing one of those programs, you need senior leader active support, dedicated paid time for providers and nurse leaders to serve in those peer-to-peer roles. They need training to become proficient in what they're going to be doing, and they also need the time to be able to provide that support to members of our healthcare team. Also, you need to consider growth requirements and supportive infrastructure. So as the program develops, it may, and it gets used more, you may require more resources to be dedicated to it. It's important to maintain confidentiality of the people who have received the services, but it's also important to share statistics, to share successes of the program. You just want to make sure you maintain the confidentiality of anybody who's participated. We need to understand when care team members need more than what the peer-to-peer program can provide and help refer those patients to employee assistance programs or even psychiatry if they need. And then there needs to be regular meetings of these peer-to-peer support individuals so that they can talk through challenges and share learnings of their experiences. Communicating with patients about adverse events. This is really about disclosure of medical errors. There is a difference between sharing a negative outcome of something that was anticipated. So if there was a treatment where an outcome is a side effect or an adverse event that's expected, you would share that with a patient differently than you would an error. So example of something that is really, something that's anticipated potentially or is not due to an error would be acute kidney injury from a patient receiving an antibiotic that poses risk to patients in that way versus a dosing error of an antibiotic that then led to acute kidney injury. So you need to discern between those two. We want to have successful communication with patients and their families. These resolution programs that are listed here, Candor and Care, are two programs that would provide some infrastructure or could be models for you to refer to if you're creating your own homegrown program. Disclosing medical error, I'm sure many of you have been involved in helping to support providers and healthcare teams in disclosing medical errors. It's really important to partner with leaders in safety and risk when doing that. We need to understand local and regional laws that may affect disclosure, identify what needs to be disclosed. So the goal is to inform the patient and family so they can make appropriate care decisions. Patients want to know, oops, there's my alarm for 1 o'clock. Let me finish this slide really quick and then we'll wrap it up for our break. So we want to provide that apology. Patients want to know what happened. They want to know how it will affect them and what we're going to do to take care of them. And they want to know what we're going to do to prevent it from happening again. So it's important to train ahead of time. Simulation, so that low fidelity simulation or role playing is a great way to prepare for those conversations because they can be very uncomfortable. All right, let's go on break.
This is such a content heavy domain, and we're almost at the finish line. So we'll
Yeah,
get
we're
everyone.
almost there. We're almost there.
Yep, we'll give everyone a 10-minute break. See you back here at 3:10 Eastern Time. Hey, everybody, welcome back. I think what we're going to do is we're going to wrap up this domain in the next two slides. And Sherry, if it's okay with you, I might then just breeze through some of the test taking tips and strategies, and then we'll go back to the questions for this domain.
Yeah,
then
that makes sense.
We'll do questions for the remainder,
Yep.
and we'll get some really good practice. So I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, yeah, this will be really quick too. So, just wanted to talk about the intersection between safety, risk management, and quality. I'm sure you're all familiar with the fact that there's a lot of overlap here. And in fact, a lot of you may be working in a department with risk management, or you may have a co role of both patient safety and risk management. And so, I just wanted to talk about the role of risk management really quickly. Their role is to safeguard financial and human assets, branding, and community standing. And that overlap area involves protecting patients, families, and those who care for them. There is a certification exam for risk management called the Certified Professional in Healthcare Risk Management, or CPHRM. And the domains that are covered in that exam include clinical patient safety, legal and regulatory, healthcare operations, claims and litigation, and risk financing. And I do know that there are individuals who have both the CPPS and CPHRM certifications, and that makes a lot of sense, I think, for some people. So just wanted to highlight. And yeah, now we're at the assessment questions. Do you want me to go ahead? I think it needs to be handed over to you.
Yeah, I think, Chrissy, if we can
whoa.
exit after this.
Can't wait to answer one of them.
And then pick up at the test taking strategies, that would be great. I don't know if that's possible, Chrissy.
Yeah, let me just take those slides down so we don't see the answer, and then I'll bring it back up.
Yeah. Oops.
Best laid plans, everybody.
I know.
And I'll briefly go over the test itself and some strategies. It won't take very long, everybody. I just want to quickly review a few key highlights. I think the value really is in trying to dive deeper into those questions. So we'll get through the next few slides pretty quickly, and I'll hand it right back to Sherry. All right. So hopefully by now, the reason you did this course is you want to take the CPPS exam. And one of the expectations and hopes that I set for this group was that now, at the end of day two, that you're a little bit smarter regarding the course than you were when you began yesterday. And so with that in mind, just a few key points in preparing to take the CPPS exam. Click on this. Let's see here. Should be able to move forward. Perfect. I'm not going to go over the background of the exam. This is just background for your knowledge. I do want to point out this slide. I do think it's important. Now that we've covered those four domains, starting with that foundation of culture and then moving through, this is how the actual questions on the exam will lay out. So 18% of the exam will cover culture, 26 performance improvement or performance measurement and improvement, 36 safety risks and responses, and then 20% systems thinking, human factors, engineering, and design. So fairly evenly split, but not completely even. So I don't know if this is going to change how you study, but it is important to know that they're not an even split in terms of domain and question type. Speaking of question type, there will be some basic recall questions, which is just you see a definition or you recognize information and you're recalling it and regurgitating it. That's going to be the least percentage of questions. The majority of the questions you're going to see on the CPPS exam are application and analysis questions, which is really testing your ability to comprehend and then analyze and synthesize information, which hopefully has been reflected in some of the practice questions we've already gone over. The total test itself is 120 questions, but note you're only really graded, so to speak, on 100 of those 120. 20 of the 120 are pre-test questions that are essentially being developed for future use. Now, you're not going to know which one those are, but just know that your total passing score will only be out of the 100 questions. Speaking of passing score, this is a question I know that IHI, Chrissy, us, we get a lot. The passing score for the exam is 500. Scores do range from 200 to 80. I hope you're ready to take the exam, and one of my pieces of advice for you is to start thinking about it now at the conclusion of this course. It's freshest now. I would schedule maybe your exam a month or so out, and we'll go through some strategies to get you prepped and ready. Don't wait a year necessarily because it is a little fresh right now. And register and select a date at a testing center, or you can test virtually at your home or office using a remote proctor. The exam, thank you, Chrissy, for the 70% pass rate. First time pass rate. 2.5-hour timed exam. And you get to practice a little bit, but there are no scheduled breaks. You can bookmark questions and return later. You can turn off the screen clock just in case it gets intimidating. And then you got to check out with a proctor, whether you're doing it in the US or virtually. So 120 questions, 2.5 hours. Very important to note, one of the strategies that I have, and we'll open this up here in a minute to Sherry's thoughts as well, but if you don't know the answer to a question, especially in the beginning, absolutely bookmark it and come back to it, because what you'll do is you'll start getting the feel for the exam, and then you'll get on a roll, and then you'll go back to those bookmark questions and likely feel a lot more comfortable. And so give yourself an opportunity to get up to speed, so to speak, and get some momentum, and come back later if you need to. Don't get intimidated or psyched out. Sherry, I saw you come off mute.
And I just say, I think it could be helpful to, put your best guess in there, or just make sure you budget enough time to get back to all those questions, because you do want to answer everything and at least have something in there. But make sure you bookmark it, like he said, so you can go back and you could change your answer.
Thanks, Sherry. And I'll actually keep it with you. Do you want to talk a little bit about how you prepared for the test, or some of your recommendations on materials to use?
I mean, I reviewed a lot of the resources that we talked about today. Of course, some of them weren't available when I was doing, preparing for the exam. But the review course here is very helpful because it helps you target the areas where you don't feel as confident, and then you can focus your attention on looking at those resources. That's the main thing I did.
Yeah, and I'll echo that, and I see that in the chat as well. I do think the practice exam was helpful for me. One, it's more opportunity to see the types of questions that you're going to see on the exam. The other is it'll give you a breakdown by domain where you're strongest and potentially not as strong. And so if you're looking at investing study time, if you might be knocking culture out of the park, but you struggle with performance measurement. And so you might want to spend a little bit more time there. And that practice exam helped me prioritize the domains on which to focus.
Yeah. I'll admit I did not do the practice exam before I took the test, but I think that's a great way to really help you figure out where you need to spend more time.
Great, thank you, Sherry. We can talk about recertification later. This is fresh in my mind because I think I just resubmitted my recertification last week or earlier this week, but something that we can definitely cover at a later period, just in the interest of time. We've already talked a little bit about some of these tips, and Sherry and I have mentioned this throughout the course as we've gone through the practice exams. Make sure you try to answer what you're comfortable with first. Your best guess is fine. You can always bookmark and go back. Good strategy is always eliminate the easy ones. If you know it's not right, eliminate it. Read all the stems very carefully, very carefully. What is the next thing you'll do? And remember, there might be some good answers, but there's always a best answer. Read and consider all options, and look for words such as except, not, and least. Beware of choices such as always or never. Those can be traps. It's easy to make mistakes. Don't read too fast. Don't rush. Give yourself a solid pace. I think using logical reasoning, of course, you're all logical. That's why you're doing it. Do be aware of time. Don't get trapped into being rushed at the end, and do your best to focus on what you're doing and not be distracted by other test takers. Sherry, I went through that quickly. I think we've covered the majority of the highlights. Is there anything you want to add just in terms of strategies before we jump right back into practice questions?
No, I think you covered it.
All right. There are mentors available if you need support. The certification at ihi.org is a great email address, and certainly Chrissy is always excellent in terms of answering questions. Okay. So, Chrissy, sorry to ask you to jump in again from a technical perspective, but if you could bring down the slides here and then put them back to where we ended at the end of domain 4, and I'm going to hand it over to Sherry.
Absolutely. And I was just writing in the chat, but I think it's easier for me to say, is there a preferred practice test? The practice exam that is administered through IHI is the only one that we recommend. It was developed by our testing center, which also developed the CPPS exam, and it was developed by a cohort of subject matter experts in the same way our CPPS exam was developed based off of the content outline. And so it's a psychometrically sound exam. We don't recommend any other practice exam or review course. Okay, you should see the slides now. Let me know.
All right. And this is the first one. I can't remember, Chrissy, from the previous section.
I believe so. Let me just double check. I think I was pulling up as I was talking. Let me just double check.
Okay.
It does look like I just double checked.
Okay. All right.
Great. Great. There we go. So that was at the end of your module.
Okay. Your organization utilizes a homegrown electronic safety event reporting system that is no longer meeting the needs of the organization. Hospital administration is asking for your opinion for next steps. What next steps would you take to identify a replacement system? A, ask information systems to either fix the old one or build a new one. B, identify key stakeholders and perform a gap analysis of current state and to ideal state. C, poll colleagues and purchase what they use. Or D, purchase the least expensive software and grow with it. All right. We're at almost 90% response. That's great. I'm going to end the poll. The majority of you indicated identify key stakeholders and perform a gap analysis of current and ideal state, or between current and ideal state, which is the correct answer. So you don't want to just ask IT to tweak the old one. You need to identify what are the shortcomings of your current system and close that gap. Pulling your colleagues to purchase what they use that may not necessarily meet your organization's needs, and purchasing the least expensive software. Cheaper is not necessarily better. So let's go to the next one. All right, a 69-year-old male expires several hours after being admitted with fainting episodes. Although the physician ordered cardiac monitoring for the patient, the monitor was not being used at the time of the patient's death. The patient's safety professional is performing a risk analysis to identify the gaps that resulted in the error. Which of the following is the most important question to ask? A, why was the nurse not paying attention to the patient? B, who was responsible for initiating the cardiac monitor? C, why did the family not speak up and ask about a monitor? And D, what else was going on in the unit at that time? All right. I think we're getting close to our 100% almost of respondents. So if we can end the poll, it looks like the majority had responded D, what else was going on in the unit at that time. Some of you indicated who was responsible for initiating the cardiac monitor, and I think that's a good question to ask. But the first thing, or what we want to have a more comprehensive view of the situation. So not just focusing on who was responsible for that piece. We'll get to that later. We really want to think about what all was going on. And so that's why that answer is the preferred answer. So why was the nurse not paying attention? That's assuming that they weren't paying attention, and it seems a little finger pointy, a little punitive, and so that is why that answer is not the best. And why did the family not speak up and ask about a monitor? It's not the patient's or the family's responsibility to be keeping track of those things. We do want to encourage them to speak up, but we can't rely on them to be our strategy to prevent harm. All right. I think I gotta proceed. Is it not moving?
No, I just saw it move.
Oh, shoot. There, I just gave away the answer. Oh, wait, no. That's the one we just did. Sorry. Yes. All right. There we go. Patient Safety Professionals Organization receives notice that a brand of antiseptic wipes is being recalled by the manufacturer due to possible contamination. A systematic response to this notice includes A, disseminating the notice to frontline staff, B, identifying the locations where the recalled antiseptic wipes are being used, C, delegating the response to patient safety professionals administrative assistant, or D, conducting an internet search for similar recalls. All right, it looks like our response rate's looking pretty good here. Let's end the poll. It looks like the majority indicated identifying the locations where the recalled antiseptic wipes are being used, and that is the correct answer. The other answer that was selected was A, disseminating the notice to frontline staff. You do want to do that, but first you want to target identifying where it's being used. And before you communicate with staff, you want to have a plan in place for what you're going to do instead of using that product. And so if you communicate the issue too soon without any kind of solution or plan to address it, then it's not going to be valuable. All right. Patient safety professional just obtained information from the facility's risk manager regarding the removal of a retained foreign object, a sponge, from a surgery completed 2 years ago at the same facility. The professional reviews all submitted event reports and finds none related to this event. The professional should, A, understand that this is a risk management or legal issue and continue to have them handle the case. B, investigate the type of sponges used in the operating room and conduct an FMEA. C, inform the operating room manager that this is a serious reportable event and discuss the importance of reporting. Or D, recognize that a root cause analysis is not indicated because the patient was not harmed. All right. I think we're probably, oh yeah, we've got 88% responding. We can probably end the poll. So it looks like this one was a little trickier for you all. So we had answers A, B, and C. Nobody indicated D. So everyone realizes that retained foreign object is something that does require a CSA or an RCA. So that's why that answer is not correct. Let's see, I should probably display which one is correct, which is C. We want to inform the operating room manager that this is a serious reportable event and discuss the importance of reporting. So for this case, it is a risk management and legal issue, but it's also a patient safety issue. Patient safety professionals should be coordinating with the department where the event happened, understand processes and gaps, and try to help them design solutions to prevent something similar happening again. So that's why that one's not correct, because it needs to be a collaborative effort. And then a failure modes and effects analysis would not be appropriate, because that would be more of a proactive strategy. And what we're trying to do here is address an event that already happened. I think this is the last one in this part of the program. Regulatory and accreditation standards or requirements can help guide improvements by A, fining people who don't participate, outlining specific targets for performance, defining required topics of performance, or providing language for metrics defined in the improvement project. All right, we have 100% response rate, so I think we can close it out. So looks like nobody indicated A, which is good because that is not the correct answer. Let's see here. Okay, C is correct. Defining the required topics of performance. B is probably what we'd call a good distractor for an exam question. So they try to write questions to have one that could be right, but it's probably not the best answer. The reason is really the first thing that happens is it provides you with the information on what the required topic is. Then you look at what the targets are. So that's why that's the preferred answer. And then providing language for metrics that could help with that, but it may not. So really it's about helping you focus, where should we be targeting our performance improvement? What are those topics? All right. So, do you want me to advance through, John, or I guess I'll do that.
That'd be great.
I should get there.
Yeah. All right. I think we're where we need to be, everybody. So congratulations. We are now done with all of the domains and the questions associated with them. We've done our test taking tips and tricks and strategies. Now this is bonus time. So now we're in bonus questions. And what we're going to do is just hand back and forth. I think the next 4 or 5 questions are related to culture. And since I gave the culture domain, I'm going to do these questions. I'm going to hand it back to Sherry. I think the ones after that are related to performance improvement measurement. And we'll see where we are from there. So ready for some more practice? Let's kick it off with this question. To promote the involvement of patients and caregivers in planning orthopedic treatment options, a patient safety professional should recommend the healthcare team use A, decision-making tools provided in language the patient and caregivers understand. B, consent forms that are sent home with the patient and caregivers to read prior to treatment. C, after visit summaries given to the patient and caregivers outlining care activities during the office visit. Or D, patient surveys that identify gaps within the process of informed decision making. Go ahead and open the poll. Think through this one. You're probably like me. You think, oh, all these sound nice, but one is the best answer. We're almost at our 80% desired threshold. Well done, everybody. I'll give another 5 seconds or so to wrap this up. Okay, Chrissy, I feel comfortable. Let's go ahead and close the poll. The majority of you, 65%, chose A, and A is correct. A is correct. And let's talk through it. So, we definitely do want decision-making tools provided in language the patient and caregivers understand. This relates back to health literacy and making sure that we integrate health literacy into our culture, in our ideal safety culture. Consent forms are great, but setting them home with the patient, they may not have the ability to ask or answer questions in that case. After visit summaries are okay, but again, not prior to the visit, so maybe not as helpful in this particular situation. And surveys are good too, but again, maybe not related to the need in the moment, which makes A the best answer here. Great, let's keep going. A health center recently established a plan for a patient-centered approach to care. Great. Which of the following will support the health center in moving forward with this plan? A, giving each patient a copy of the plan during the registration process. B, including patient stories of their care experiences in the new employee orientation. C, establishing a policy that allows a family member to accompany a patient to the examination room. Or D, sending a reminder via email to the patient prior to an appointment. Go ahead and open the poll. Nearing half of you participating. We'll give it another 20 seconds or so. Okay, I think we can wrap this one up. A little tricky. A little tricky. All right, so 35% picked A, 39% picked B, 26% picked C. So we have some spread here. The correct answer, though, for this one, the best answer is B, including patient stories. So let me talk through it a little bit. All right. I don't think anyone picked D. Yes, I mean operational, fine, but not probably best with a patient-centered approach. Giving each patient a copy of the plan. It's nice, but how meaningful or impactful might that be? Who's going to read it? How are they going to interpret it? It's not a bad idea, but just saying that, hey, we're patient-centered isn't being or acting patient-centered. C, policies are good too, and we want to make sure our patients are supported by a family member. Again, maybe a little operational for this particular question. What makes B probably the best answer is that including patient stories about their care experiences for every employee entering an organization hardwires that aspect of culture. And we are in that culture section. I know you wouldn't know that on the exam, but that's going to really set a tone from the orientation to the leadership to the front line that patients are at the forefront. So it's a little tricky. Yeah, I agree. This one's a little tricky, and certainly understand why there was a spread from A, B, and C on this question. All right. Well, let's keep it going. The response rate for the patient safety culture survey was well below the 60% goal or target that was set by our organization. What strategy is best for this result? So we have a low or lower than desirable response rate, maybe a lower than desirable engagement rate. So what are we going to do? A, review the data with other markers for safety. B, alert senior management that different strategies will be used to increase participation the next time. C, just discard the data as the participation rate was well below the goal. Or D, reprimand targeted unit leaders for not promoting the service. All right, let's go ahead and bring it up. We're over half already. Another 20 seconds or so to give everyone a chance to respond. All right, let's go ahead and close the poll. We were fairly split on this one between A and B. 58% picked A and 42% picked B. The correct answer here is A. So the majority did pick the correct answer, but let's talk through it. So we know that we're not going to discard data. Data can be helpful regardless. We're not going to reprimand or blame people, so we know C and D are out, right? So now we're in between A and B. We've got a 50% shot. Alert senior management, yes. So that's something we likely would want to do in general in delivering future surveys, because we do want that goal above 60. But for this result, see what strategy is best for this result. Well, for this result, even though it doesn't hit 60, data is still valuable. We would want to validate it and use other markers in order to then develop our strategy, which makes A the best answer here. All right. Next one, multiple nurses have reported that a physician's behavior is just disruptive. That never happens, right? An effective first step in responding to the nurse's concern is to A, counsel the physician, B, terminate the physician's privileges, C, refer the case to physician impairment committee, or D, interview the physician. Let's go ahead and bring this one up. Rapid response on this. I love it. We're already above 80%. Let's give it another 5 seconds just to keep things moving. All right, above 90. Perfect. Let's close it. And well done. The vast majority of you, 80%, did pick the correct answer, which is to interview the physician, which is item D. Yes, we don't know the circumstances here, so to be prudent and to be data-driven and objective, we need to interview the physician first to determine what the situation was. Once we determine what the situation was after the interview, we can then determine whether we do A, B, or C, right? So D is that first step. Okay. Moving on, a patient safety professional is preparing a business case for two possible programs. Program A is expected to return $1,250 in savings for every $1,000 invested. Program B is expected to return $750 for every $500 invested. Which program should the professional select based on return on investment? This is one of those ROI calculations. Remember, there were two ways I showed you. One was the percentage. The other was a different way where we got either above a 1, or below a 1. This is the percentage version. I'll give everyone an opportunity to do the calculation, and then we'll go through it. A little bit of math at the end of the day. Oh, thank you, Chrissy. Just while you're responding to this, an important note for the exam: you are able to use a non-programmable calculator when taking the exam. So can't use your cell phone because cell phones do other things, but you can use a non-programmable calculator. I'm going to give everyone a few, probably 20 more seconds, just because this one involves a little bit of math, and then we'll close it. Right now, we're just shy of 60% answered. I know, Terry. Sorry, I know. And at the end of the day, I'm the deliverer of the the bad math news. Well, I do want to keep us moving. I know we haven't hit our target, but let's talk through this one. Let's go ahead and stop the poll. And for those of you that didn't hear, the correct answer is program B at 50%, which was choice C. And so to give you just a little bit of help on this one, those that did respond, I think the majority picked this correctly, so that's great. So program A is expected to return $1,250 in savings for every 1,000. You would then take 1,250, divide, 250, which is your savings, right? 1,250 in savings, minus 1,000, which gives you an overall savings of positive 250. You're making $250 for every 1,000. You take 250, divide that by 1,000, multiply that by 100, and now you have 25%. So program A is a positive 25% return. So that's good, right? Let's do the same thing then for B. 750 minus 500. You're making $250 for this one as well, but you're only having to invest $500. So it's 250 divided by 500, which is 50%. So now you know that you're getting a positive 50% for program B. A positive 50% is better than a positive 25%. That makes C the correct answer. B and D are just incorrect based on math. The math is wrong. C is correct here. All right. Which of the following is most important in effective execution of an operational plan to improve patient safety? A, executive sponsorship. B, goals, objectives, and budget. C, measurement strategies. Or D, methods to evaluate effectiveness. That's 70%. Another 10 seconds here. Well done, everybody. Finishing strong at 88% participation. Let's go ahead and close the poll. And the majority of you that did participate are correct. The answer is A, executive sponsorship. Now, many of you did pick the B, goals, objectives, and budget. Not a bad thing to have. Actually, none of these are bad. These are all good answers. The keys here are which of the following is most important in execution of the plan. So you do need to have goals, objectives, and budget as part of a plan. You need to have measurement strategies as part of a plan. You need to have methods to evaluate as part of a plan. But in order to actually operationalize and execute it, you can't do that without an executive sponsor. You can't do that without great leadership. That's what makes A the best answer here. And with that, Sherry, we have just under about probably 10 minutes left, but I'm going to turn it over to you to run through as many of these as we can before we break.
Okay, I do think some of these are under your domain, so I may ask you to help with explaining some of the answers. So a patient safety team is starting a project to improve medication adherence for patients discharged from the medicine service. Data will be collected from follow-up calls to determine if patients are taking their medications after discharge. Which of the following should be used to evaluate the interventions? A run chart because it shows data over time. B, a run chart because it can be graphically represented. C, a test of significance because it compares aggregated sets of data. Or D, a test of significance because it produces a p-value for the data. All right, we're over 80% response right now. Looks like we need to talk about these responses a little bit. So majority did answer the correct answer, which is a run chart because it shows data over time. So remember yesterday we talked about that importance of looking at the performance over time. That's why that one's correct. B, it does display it graphically, but the key here is we want to see our effects over time. Both C and D are not right because there aren't two comparator groups. We're just looking at one group. So it's not like we're comparing two groups, and so we cannot conduct a test of significance and get a p-value. All right. Okay, patient safety professional was alerted to an increased number of falls in the emergency department. To research the causes of falls, the professional plans to collect and organize current knowledge about the falls. The best way to display the data is A, a spaghetti chart, B, cause and effect diagram, C, plan, do, study, act, or D, a Gantt chart. All right, in the interest of time, I think I'll wrap this one up. So the majority answered B, cause and effect diagram. So that is the correct response. A spaghetti chart is really a diagram that maps out where people move within a process, and so that would not be the right answer. Plan, do, study, act is more of an implementation strategy or measure how the effects or what the effects are from a change. And a Gantt chart is more of a project management tool that helps you organize the tasks that you're doing and gives timelines and puts it in a graphical representation. So that explains that question.
And I think these are mine, Sherry.
So yeah.
Pick it up here.
Okay.
All right. One of the most common errors in systems thinking is A, an inability to break the system elements into department-specific elements. B, failing to predict unintended consequences of changing a system element. C, the tendency to foster greater interdependence than anyone can master. Or D, neglecting to use technological advancements to their full potential. We can go ahead and open up the poll. 74%. We'll just give it 5 more seconds here. Oh, we hit our threshold. That's great. Let's go ahead and close the poll. All right, well done, everybody. I know it's a really long day 2 here. We're right near the end. The correct answer was the one the majority of you at 74% did select, which was B, failing to predict unintended consequences. We do need to make sure that as we're looking at re-engineering a system, that we have these balancing measures and we're always looking at those unintended consequences that could happen. That's what makes B the best answer. What I'd like to do is just continue right on to the next question to make sure we get through as many of these as possible. In a high reliability healthcare organization, the team leader should be aware of A, decision, migration, situational awareness, and redundancy. B, knowledge sharing, insight, and chain of command. C, Six Sigma, lean, and other error prevention techniques. Or STAR, stop, think, act, and review. All right, another 10 seconds or so. Let's get above 80 on this what's I think going to be our last question of the session. One more. And we're pretty split. All right, we hit 80. Good job, everybody. It's great. Wonderful engagement throughout. This one was tricky and really split between A and C. The correct answer, though, is A. And let's talk through it just a little bit because both are important. This is one where if I'm taking the test, I know I'm likely eliminating B. Not that it's not important, but not necessarily directly relevant to high reliability organizations. Same with D. And so I'm between A and C. Now, C is important. We want to know about these techniques, but these are techniques. When we talk about high reliability healthcare organizations, we're really focused on communication, looking at redundancy, looking at preoccupation with failure, looking at adaptability and flexibility. That all comes down to who's making the decisions, how siloed are we? Are we situationally aware? Do we have redundancy to take care of potential issues and adapt to it, which makes A the correct answer. But I certainly understand eliminating this between A and C is exactly what I would have done. A ends up being the absolute best answer here. So with that, everybody, we are right at time. And so on behalf of myself, I want to thank my co-presenter, Sherry, for doing such an amazing job. I want to thank Chrissy for the administrative support. We can't do it without Chrissy. And most of all, I want to thank you. I hope we've met your expectation for being engaged. I hope you're more prepared for the exam and really wish you the absolute best of luck moving forward in your career. So with that, Chrissy, is there anything else you want to do to close today?
Great. Thank you so very much. As I mentioned at the beginning of this call, this course is accredited for continuing education. Please look out for my post-session email that I will send out later this afternoon. It will have instructions on obtaining your credits, today's presentation slides, the recording of the 2-day webinar, which will be available for 30 days. And as I mentioned in the chat, all of the questions that we went over, all of the practice questions, will be included with the answers and rationale. And I just want to give a special thank you to John and Sherry for leading us through this wonderful course. Please do not hesitate to reach out to us at certification@ihi.org with any questions about the exam, any questions for our faculty, or any questions about today's course. Thank you so much for joining. Good luck on the exam and have a great rest of your day.
Good luck, everyone.
Thank you.
Yes, good luck. Thank you.